rely very heavily on his super PAC to come in and support him. Colin Allred has blanketed the airwaves. Again, because Texas is so big, so many expensive media markets, it's an incredibly expensive race for both candidates right now. In fact, over $2 billion has been spent on Senate races alone, not just in Texas, but across the entire battlefield. Now, when we were thinking about how competitive this race is, it's just going to be really, really tough for Colin Allred. Ted Cruz has done what he needs to do, at least this last year, to moderate his image a little bit, put a little distance between himself and former President Trump. It's going to be incredibly difficult for Colin Allred to overrun the top of the ticket. We're projecting that Trump will carry Texas by about maybe 3, 4, 5 points. If it's anything less than that, then Colin Allred has a chance. But it's probably Democrats' best pickup opportunity. Like we said, they're on defense in 23 seats. Republicans are on defense in 11. It's Democrats' best pickup opportunity, but that's not saying much right now when it's such an uphill climb.
And we will be back with Kirk Beto, editor-in-chief of The Hotline, in just a minute. Let's hear from Greta Brawner first.
Peter, we want to show you some early results in some states where the polls have closed. Now, throughout the evening, there may be mirages that happen in some of these states. Could be a red mirage or a blue mirage. We don't know until the total vote is in, and the Associated Press won't call these races until, not the total vote is in, but they won't call these races until they feel comfortable that who's ever trailing cannot catch the leader. And then at that point, they would put a check mark. We'll start with Virginia. Just show you again some early results here. The former president is leading 58.7 to 40.6. Right now, there's 0% of the vote in, 13 electors at stake. Now, here's where there could be a red mirage. The Washington Post reporting that in 2020, the former president led Joe Biden in this state for 5 hours after polls closed on election night before heavily Democratic area of Fairfax County reported almost 400,000 vote update. Biden won Virginia that year by a margin of 10 percentage points. Moving on to the state of Georgia, the Peach State. 16 electoral votes are at stake here. This is where it stands right now with just 3% of the vote in. The former president is leading 51.6 to 48%. Now, again, this is just early on. And the NBC reports that most counties will report their early in-person and mail ballots first in the state of Georgia, causing a blue mirage before the statewide results move toward Trump as Election Day votes are reported. After that, there may be a small shift back towards Democrats as the late arriving mail ballots are reported from large metro Atlanta counties. So beware as we talk about these early states with hardly any of the vote percentage in, and they're competitive states, that you may see a mirage happening. We will keep you updated throughout the evening, and you yourself can do that. Get on your computer, have your laptop as you're watching here on C-SPAN, and go to cspan.org/results.
Evan McMorris Santoro of Notice. Greta talked about the 0% in Virginia, yet former President Trump is leading. Fairfax County, when I first moved out here, was the Republican firewall, and now it's a Democratic firewall.
That's right. This is the hardest part of the night, right? Because these things are just coming in. Everybody wants to know the answer, but we're going to have to wait for a long time. And as you're talking about, those suburban areas, that is where the Harris campaign has put a lot of effort. There are counties, we're talking about Georgia. There are counties in Georgia, that we're looking at, if you see Harris doing well in Union County in Georgia, you're going to be, well, actually, no, I'm sorry. That's my own notes. Excuse me. We're talking about, in Georgia, we're talking about Baldwin County in Georgia. That's a county where we would look and see if Trump did very well there, that you would see maybe he was flipping some of those voters that he was looking for. But it's so early, we just don't know any of this stuff yet. And so this focus that you're talking about this idea of where the vote has changed, where the campaigns have put their resources, and how the candidates are appealing to different states, it's very important, but we just don't know yet what to say about it.
Let's hear from DJ in Dayton, Arizona, a Trump supporter. DJ, when did you vote, and how was the process for you?
Well, it was a little bit chaotic. I voted yesterday.
Was it crowded?
Yeah. It's just getting worse.
What do you mean getting worse?
Well, I think in the last couple days, it may be for whoever it is to decide it, it's going to get chaotic, maybe.
Why did you support President Trump in this election?
Mostly for the inflation prices and his views on abortion.
DJ, is Dateland, Arizona, is that in Maricopa County?
No, it's in Yuma County.
Yuma County. Thank you, sir, for calling in. We appreciate it. Evan McMorris Santoro, Maricopa County in Arizona is about 70% of the vote in Arizona.
That's right. I mean, this is a hugely important area for Democrats. They need to do very well in Maricopa County. They spend a lot of time, a lot of money there, a lot of effort there. It's a place where we really could see some of this shift that we've been talking about all night. It's also interesting what the caller mentioned about the idea of waiting a long time to vote, being online. This is another story of this election that is emerging so far is people are having to wait a long time to cast their ballot.
Well, let's look at some of those Western Senate races. Kirk Beto, hotline. Let's go to Nevada.
Nevada is one that has come online really quickly in the closing weeks here. It looked like throughout the summer and early fall that the Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen had put this race away. You know, despite how close the race was getting at the presidential level, Sam Brown, the Republican there, was trailing pretty significantly behind Rosen. And unlike some of these other Senate candidates that we've been talking about on the Republican side, he doesn't have a source of independent wealth, at least at the same level as a Dave McCormick, Eric Hovde, or any of those other folks do. He struggled with fundraising. Jackie Rosen outraised and outspent him on the airwaves. In fact, Jackie Rosen bought a huge ad buy, about $14 million worth, the day after the Republican primary. He was able to get on air early and define Sam Brown as shifting his policy on abortion, as someone who had come from out of state. He had run in Texas before. But now in the closing weeks, Republicans have been really encouraged by a surge in early voting by GOP voters in Nevada. In fact, they've come in pretty heavily. The Senate Leadership PAC invested some money in there. You saw Steve Daines, who's the chairman of the NRSC, the Senate Republicans campaign arm, go down there and campaign with Sam Brown. They're pretty bullish based on the early voting numbers here, but we'll have to wait for a few days for Nevada to sort out all its counting, because 80% of their election is done through the mail, and they're allowed to turn in ballots a few days after today. So we'll have to sit tight here on Nevada.
Kirk, is Arizona truly in play for the Republicans in the Senate?
Arizona has been one of Republicans' biggest hurdles this cycle. Again, going back to the top rankings of the Senate races that we thought were most likely to flip, Arizona is at the dead last of all the ones that we see as those presidential battlegrounds here. Kari Lake has a persistent problem with Republicans, frankly. People remember her run for governor 2 years ago, where she insulted John McCain, the late senator, insulted his supporters as well, ran a very conservative campaign, actually praised a little some of the Civil War era abortion law in Arizona that was briefly on the books while she was running for governor. She's tried to moderate her position, but at the same time, as you saw throughout the last 2 years, she hasn't given up her false claim about election conspiracy theories in the gubernatorial and the presidential race in Arizona. Ruben Gallego has been successful in kind of evolving from his more progressive roots as first a city councilman, then as a member of Congress from the Phoenix area, and really moderated his image with voters, really run to the right of President Biden on the board, or even the right of Kamala Harris as well. And Kari Lake just really struggles to consolidate Republicans behind her. I bet there's going to be a lot of voters tonight who vote for former President Trump, but just leave the Senate race blank, and that's a huge problem for Lake.
So that's a state where we could see different results on the presidential level and the Senate level.
That is one of the few instances here where we could see some legitimate split ticket voting here. Not just because there's a lot of Trump Gallego voters. There's certainly going to be those, but more that Republicans are going to vote for Trump, but not vote for Kari Lake. And it's kind of the story of all these folks who, on the Republican side, kind of imitate Trump or try to do Trump light. They're just never as successful as the real McCoy.
Give us an update quickly on Montana.
Montana is the ballgame for Senate Republicans. With West Virginia off the board with Senator Joe Manchin retiring, we're basically at a 50-50 Senate right now. Democrats will have to defend every single one of their seats and win the presidency if they want to keep their Senate majority. Montana is tough. Former President Trump carried that state by 16 points 4 years ago. Jon Tester, who's been doing his best to run as his own person, his own brand. He's a dirt farmer from Montana. He looks the part even. He's running against Republican Tim Sheehy. But there's a limit to how much gravity you can defy when just the partisan headwinds are so heavy right now.
We will be back with Kirk Beto throughout the evening. We're going to look at the House of Representatives shortly, but it is 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and more polls have closed. They've closed in North Carolina, which also has a gubernatorial race and a tight House race, Ohio, which also has a Senate race, and West Virginia, where they're electing a senator and a governor. Greta Bronner, what do you have for us?
We'll come back to those poll closings in a minute once we see some data populating there by the Associated Press. But Evan referenced this earlier, that it could be a very long night. We've got we have a competitive presidential race. We have some competitive Senate races. Take a look at Charlie Mathiasen, with Politico, who tweeted this out earlier and reminded all of us that here's when the Associated Press called the presidential election in years past. It was the Saturday following the election in 2020 when the presidential contest was called. It was the Wednesday after the election that the race was called in 2016. And you can see the previous cycles and the times for the previous 3 cycles before that. At the beginning of our night, Peter, you talked about the money being spent in these federal elections this time around. $16 billion total. From Open Secrets, they put this together. Outside spending, those are the outside groups, on 2024 federal elections has hit a record of $4.5 billion, with more than half of that spending coming from groups that do not fully disclose the source of their funding. A lot of money put into the presidential election by wealthy families. This is from the Americans for Tax Fairness. They put out this report in the closing days of the election. These are the billionaire families and which party they contributed to in 2024. You can see the first 6 families all contributed to Republicans. And then the Simons family that owns shopping malls, they're contributed to Democrats, along with the Bloomberg family giving $45.1 million to Democrats. Elon Musk, a name we've heard a lot, and how much he's contributed in this presidential cycle. He's third in that list, $133 million. Peter?
Let's hear from Andy, who's calling in from Michigan. He's a supporter of Kamala Harris. Andy, good evening. Why are you supporting the vice president?
Well, good evening to you, and glad you can take my call. A couple of things, and I'll just do them if I can without, I'm kind of upset about it. But anyway, food. If you think about what's going on with food, 5-6 years ago, we'll just use Kroger's. They were paying their employees $8, $9, $10, maybe $12 an hour. Now you're paying them $15 to $18 an hour. So what do you think Kroger's is going to do with the price of food? They're either going to take the hit, they're going to lay people off, or they're going to raise prices. They're going to raise prices. Locally, crime. The presidents, neither one of them, have very little influence on crime locally. You can't tell the police how many people to arrest. You can't tell the prosecutors who to prosecute. And you can't tell the judges about how much sentences to give out. And the last thing that I just found out about the other day was soybeans, tariffs. The Japanese and the Chinese were buying soybeans from American farmers. When the tariffs hit, they started buying them from Brazil. Farmers are in trouble with that commodity. So I just don't think the presidents, either one, have a lot of control over a lot of things they're saying.
Hey, Andy.
And Americans are just...
Gotcha.
Yeah.
We got that point. Where in Michigan do you live?
I live in southeastern Michigan, suburb of Detroit.
Okay.
Oakland County.
Did you vote a straight Democratic ticket?
Yes.
And why Alyssa Slotkin? I know you talked about the nationalization of some of these issues, but why Alyssa Slotkin for Senate?
Because I think she's a better candidate than Rogers was.
What is an issue of concern to you besides the price of food, which you see as a local issue?
Well, again, crime is an issue, but the presidents of the United States, maybe I'm wrong, don't have very much control over that. You can't tell the local police, who to arrest. You can't tell them to do stop and frisk. You can't tell the prosecutors who to prosecute. And again, it's back to sentencing. So there's nothing the governor and the local people can handle that. But I don't see any input either president has over that. And when I started listening to these tariffs, we're in trouble. We're in big you-know-what with these tariffs. And I don't think Americans understand that.
Now, Andy, President Trump has spent a lot of time talking to the auto workers up there in Michigan. Both candidates have been up there quite a bit. What about the former president's message to the auto workers?
Well, again, I think some of them is misleading. If I remember right, he said something about jobs leaving Michigan, and I hope they beg for him to come back. He's not a union person. I mean, let's get real with that. Most Republicans are not, although they are affected by unions. Without unions, we wouldn't have the economy we have. We wouldn't have the middle class. So, some people hate LBJ. But just think if LBJ didn't get Medicaid and Medicare through, how a lot of it would be. Where would the Teamsters pension be if it wasn't for Democrats?
Andy, are you a union member?
No, I was a salary person. I started out as a union when I was in college. Then I got into management.
Thank you, Andy, for calling in.
Understand.
I'm going to have to leave it there. I appreciate it. Evan McMorris Santoro, what have you been hearing in our conversation with Greta and Kirk and Andy?
Well, we're hearing just this sort of conversation that we've been talking about, this economy focus that Andy was just bringing up, right? This has been such a huge part of this election conversation. I've been all over the country, talked to a lot of people, and I actually did a story a long time ago about inflation and what impact it might have. And we're seeing some of that sort of manifest itself in how everybody is really talking about this election. Andy talking about some of the frustrations Democrats have had with the way the economy has been discussed. They feel like maybe they're not getting a fair shake in the way that's being discussed. But this has really been a central issue. And I find it really fascinating to think about how strongly he has his views about this. And then, from Kirk, we're talking about this idea of this split ticket voting, which he mentions in Arizona is, very possible there. But there is a chance that we see some of that other places as well. I traveled a lot around the country this year. I talked to a lot of folks, especially on this issue of when we're talking about this presidential race, where there were people who were planning to vote against Trump in a way. They didn't want to bring Trump back in, but they didn't consider themselves Democrats. And some of them would explain this to me by saying, look, I'm going to vote for the Republican for Senate. The Senate will prevent a Democratic President Harris from doing the sort of furthest things that she wants to do. We'll see how this manifests itself, but what Kirk is talking about when it comes to Arizona, it's something that I felt in my reporting around the country as I've been around all, throughout the year.
Well, let's go back to Greta.
We have some wins to report in the state of West Virginia. The Associated Press has put the check mark next to the former president's name in the presidential contest. 4 electoral votes at stake. This is Trump country. In 2020, every county was red, but for one, and it was pink. Mr. Trump won by nearly 40 points. Moving on to the governor's race there. And the Associated Press has called Patrick Morrisey the victor tonight in that race, the Republican again winning that seat for the governor's race. It's left open because the very popular Governor Jim Justice ran for Senate this year. This is a pickup tonight for Republicans. It's been expected. In fact, the governor, Jim Justice, declared victory in October, saying that he was going to win this seat. And as we've talked about, Democrats have a thin majority, 51-49. With the check mark next to Jim Justice's name, it's 50-50 now. Peter?
Next call is Charles in Sydney, Ohio. Hi, Charles.
Hello.
Who did you support and why?
I supported Donald Trump. And the reason why is because he seems to be more with the common man. He has more reach with the normal, average, everyday person. You know, he has lots of money, but, you know, us people here on Main Street, we don't. And he's trying to help fix to where my family can afford food and fuel and still be able to do something fun on the weekend without having to go, what are we going to sacrifice? He's against the illegals coming in. He wants people to use the correct ports of entry, not put a ban on, you know, immigration. You know, this country was founded by immigrants. He's also for the Second Amendment, which coming from a farming community. A lot of us hunt. You know, I mean, the man, because of the hatred, basically took a bullet for freedom. I mean, you have to say that is definitely to stay in the race, to keep going to the finish. I have to admire a man like that.
Hey,
who
Charles,
loves country.
I got to ask you about two issues. Number one, the vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, is obviously from Ohio. And the issue of Springfield, Ohio, and immigration came up a lot in this campaign. Have you experienced an issue with immigration in Sydney, Ohio?
Yes, we have. There's several places here where the immigrants are, and it's turned our town somewhat unsafe in a few ways. But our law enforcement here with the sheriff's office and stuff has done a real good job at keeping us, you know, safe. And you know, the Springfield is quite a little distance from us, so we don't have too much problems from them. Some of these companies are hiring them and different things. One of the things I was worried about is them being able to cast ballots for our elections, which, you know, could turn an election.
Charles, very quickly, who'd you vote for in the Senate race?
I honestly left that one blank.
Between Sherrod Brown and Mr. Marino?
I voted for Marino for that one.
Oh, for that one
Sorry.
you left. Okay. All right.
I left the other out.
All right. Charles in Sydney, Ohio, thanks for calling in. Let's quickly hear from Will. Will's in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Kamala Harris supporter.
Hello,
Hey, Will.
greetings. Yes, sir. Greetings. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I live in Tulsa, which is kind of the blue bubble, you know, red state. And at least I hope so tonight. And my vote for Kamala Harris was more of a objection vote, or whatever you call it, a vote against Trump. I voted for Hillary Clinton, not a Hillary Clinton fan. But when I heard Trump's nonsense in 2015, 2016, I just couldn't vote for the man.
Do you consider yourself generally a Republican, Will, who does not like Donald Trump?
Yeah, but every one of us has conservative values on some issues. Every one of us has liberal or non-conservative values for some issues. So I think it's silly to vote for the party. I think it's much more important to vote for the person. I'm 62 years old. I voted for Reagan twice, and I voted for Obama twice. John McCain would have had my vote, except he brought on Sarah Palin, who I objected to. The reason he did is because the Republican Party thought Clinton was going to win the nomination, and she didn't. Obama won the nomination. So it's McCain would have got my vote, but I had to go with Obama because I vote for the person, not the party.
Thank you, Will, for calling in. Evan McMorris Santoro, what'd you hear from our last two callers?
Well, they mentioned Springfield, Ohio, where I actually traveled to. You mentioned Springfield, Ohio. Where I traveled to. I did some reporting there this year, and you're right. You know, this immigration issue that was brought up by that caller, it's been so galvanizing for Republicans and for Trump supporters, specifically this year. But the Springfield moment was one of these issues, it also kind of feeds into the second caller out of Tulsa, who a guy who says, I have conservative values, I voted both different directions before, I vote for the person. In Springfield, Ohio, you had a situation where you have a town controlled by Republicans, Republican county commissioners, Republicans in charge of the place, and the Republican nominee for vice president, starts talking about these migrants, these Haitian migrants who are there. We all remember the sort of things that were said about what those migrants were doing. And you had the Republican leadership of that area sort of pushing back against their own party's presidential nominee and vice presidential nominee, right? These are the kind of Republicans who were a little bit upset with the way that the Trump campaign was behaving towards that issue and towards the town, to be perfectly frank, from my visit there and from my reporting there. And so it's really, this is such a perfect two callers to have back to back, because this is what we're talking about. You have these Trump voters who really respect the guy, and they're very motivated by this immigration issue. And then you have these other folks who are maybe conservative, maybe can think of, have been Republican in the past, who just can't get on board with some of the rhetoric and some of the ways that Trump operates. And this could really end up being a huge part of how this election plays out. How many people we have like our caller from Tulsa, and how many we have like our caller from Ohio, right? This could be a huge, huge division.
Greta Brawner, what do you have for us?
Let's check in on the presidential contest in a few states. We'll start with Georgia. This is a battleground state, one of those swing states. This is where it stands at this point, with 12% of the vote in. And you can see that the former president is leading there. Moving on to another swing state in North Carolina, 16 electoral votes at stake in North Carolina. Democrats haven't won North Carolina since Barack Obama did in 2008. This is where it stands right now. We will keep you updated on the race as the evening goes on. Moving on to the state of Virginia, want to show you where the race stands at this point in Virginia. For more than 3 decades, starting with Nixon, Virginia went to Republican candidates, but that flipped in 2008 with the election of Barack Obama, and Democrats have held it since then. Take a look at where it stands right now. And then in the presidential contest in Ohio, former President Donald Trump won Ohio the last time around with 5% of the vote in. This is where it is right now. Let's also talk about this Senate race in Ohio, because this is one that will determine the balance of power in the Senate. Sherrod Brown seeking a 4th term. Bernie Moreno, a former car dealership and wealthy businessman, challenging him for this seat. Total spending in this race, $430 million. That includes the candidates and outside groups. This is an early bellwether for the Senate of who will control the upper chamber. Peter?
Well, Evan, Greta mentioned North Carolina. Now, I went to cspan.org/results. If you go there, you get this phenomenal national map with real-time results, and you can drill down to every state and get every county. Greta mentioned that Kamala Harris is winning 67% of the vote with percent in North Carolina. So I clicked on North Carolina, and when I did, I noticed all the votes are coming from Raleigh, which is your home territory.
Yeah, it's a pretty blue area of North Carolina. They should expect to do pretty well there. This is what's so challenging about the early parts of the night, right? It's like 2% in. We don't really know what it means yet. We have to see some of these other counties come in to start to get some understanding of what the national implications of a state like North Carolina might be. But yeah, if you're going to ask me, is the Raleigh Triangle area going to be good for Harris tonight? It is going to be good for Harris tonight.
And there is one House race up there that we need to talk about, which is District 1. It could be a bellwether county or a bellwether House race.
It is the remaining
Davis versus Buckout, I believe.
That's right. I mean, Kirk would have a lot more to say about this probably than me, but I'll say this. It's the remaining swing sort of district in North Carolina. It's been a very gerrymandered state over the years, and this is a very important race to see if Democrats can hang on to this part of the, this district that they have access to actually winning.
Well, I know there's a lot going on your screen right now and a lot of information flying at you. I would highly recommend, and because I'm playing with this thing while we're talking, and which is not a good thing, but it's cspan.org/results. It's your own magic wall right there in your palm. If you have it on your phone, you have it on your computer. This is a wonderful tool for the political junkies. Let's talk to a Trump voter in Georgia. I believe it's EB in Fairburn, Georgia. Did I say your first name correctly?
Yes, it's BA.
EBA or BA?
BA.
BA.
Yes.
Thank you for calling in. Where is Fairburn, Georgia?
It's just Atlanta, about 5 minutes from the airport.
Okay.
In Atlanta.
Why did you support President Trump?
Because, for one, the transgender issue, boys and girls sports, and the Second Amendment, the Supreme Court, and Kamala Harris's deterrent, the transformation of boys to girls, or prisoners, men becoming women. Those issues are very dear to me.
BA, it doesn't sound like you were born in Georgia. Is that a true fact?
Born in Nigeria.
Nigeria. Is this your first time voting in the United States?
No, I voted for George W. Bush and others here.
Oh, you've been here forever. So
yes,
you're a native. BA, did you split your ticket or vote straight Republican?
Straight Republican.
And how is the process down in Georgia? We've heard a lot about the Georgia election process.
Though I voted early, but it was very easy. I went to one police station when early voting started, and it was a long line. And I voted. I went to another polling station, and it was easy, walk in and walk out.
Thank you, sir, for calling in. We appreciate your being with us here on C-SPAN on election night. Kirk Beto of Hotline. Kirk, we want to talk about some of the House races that could determine the balance of power. Democrats only need to pick up 4. There's one in New York that you're keeping your eye on, New York District 19.
Yeah, that's actually going to be like the tipping point, we imagine, in New York. Now, it's been no surprise, and we've written about this ad nauseum, that control of the House runs through California and New York. Now, Mark Molinaro, the Republican in New York 19, that's the most purple district of all those ones in New York. There are ones that are a little bit more favorable toward Democrats that Republicans have, like in New York 22 or New York's 4th district. But the 19th is kind of a little bit more of a toss-up. Molinaro won it by about 1.6 points 2 years ago, in a really good year for Republicans, where spurred on by a lot of local issues, cashless bail reform, a weaker governor candidate at the top of the ticket for Democrats spurred a lot of surprising Republican gains 2 years ago. Now Democrats aren't really taking anything for chance here. There's been over $48 million spent in this single House race alone, with Josh Riley, who's the nominee for the Democrats 2 years ago, back again. And strategists who've talked to Hotline said that whichever party wins this race, that's how control of New York is going to go, which could go a long way in determining control of the House.
Now, Kirk, the polls don't close in New York for about another hour and 10 minutes or so we're not going to hear the results of that. The same with Iowa. Marionette Miller Meeks could be in trouble, according to polling.
Right, and buckle up for waiting a long time for results in New York and California as well. But in Iowa, this is kind of a little bit more of a surprising race that's gotten on our radar in the last month or so ago. Now, everyone who's watching tonight probably read the J. Ann Seltzer poll published this weekend that showed Harris up about 3 points in Iowa over Trump. And we think that's trickling down here to this congressional race as well. Democrats will point to that Marionette Miller Meeks has a little bit more of a Republican problem right now. Her opponent in the primary got over 40%. She only won her first race 4 years ago by 6 votes, not 6 points. 6 individual votes in the closest race in the country 4 years ago. They think they have a real opportunity here with Christina Bohannon, and after spending zero in their last cycle, Democrats have spent about $10 million in that race and put Republicans on defense. This is all part of Democrats' bigger strategy, not just in Iowa, but in a lot of different races across the country that were maybe on the periphery of the battleground, but their cash advantage, as our House correspondent James Downs reported, has really allowed them to expand the battlefield into places like Iowa 1, into places like even Nebraska 2, where Don Bacon's having a lot of trouble right now there. There's a lot of ways that Democrats' financial advantage has enabled them to invest in these races and have Republicans divert resources there.
Now, Kirk, you mentioned that Dr. Miller Meeks had a Republican problem. Did her opponent in the primary run to the right of her?
A little bit to the right, but he didn't really campaign a whole lot either. I mean, this was a little bit more of a protest vote against Miller Meeks. He didn't spend a whole lot of money, and he ran a little bit more to the right of her. So she's really struggled to consolidate the Republican Party behind her. And if the Seltzer poll does prove out and that Harris is leading by 3 points in Iowa, this is one of those races, along with the Zach Nunn race as well in Iowa's 3rd, where we could see some surprising Democratic pickups.
Well, there are 2 races in Virginia where the polls have closed. Let's begin with House District 2 down in Virginia Beach.
Yeah, so these 2 races here, Virginia 7 and Virginia 2, are kind of our early bellwethers to see how not only the race for the House is going to go, but potentially even the presidential race as well. Now, freshman Republican Rep. Jen Kiggins represents Virginia 2 in Virginia Beach. Republicans are feeling confident about their chances there because the Democrat there hasn't really kept pace with fundraising until the last few months here. But if Democrats do end up flipping this one, this is a race where Mike Johnson and other Republican leaders have spent a lot of time in the closing weeks just shoring this one up. If Democrats do flip this one and keep Virginia 7, they have the wind at their back going in for the rest of election night here. They're really fired up about this race. Again, it's not doom and gloom for Democrats, though, if they can't flip this. But if they do, Republicans are going to be panicking a little bit early on in the night.
And you mentioned Virginia 7. Abigail Spanberger, who has that seat now, has elected not to run for re-election. She's running for governor. It's Eugene Vidman. And people might remember that name, a Democrat versus Derek Anderson, former Navy SEAL. That district is between Washington and Richmond. Is it considered a swing district, Kirk Beto?
Not as much as it was before redistricting or even last year, but it is a competitive open seat. Now, the way Republicans were able to flip the House 2 years ago is by picking up a lot of those open seats. It's a lot easier to flip an open seat than it is to knock off an incumbent. Now, Abigail Spanberger is running for governor now, like you said. She was one of the all-star kind of Democratic members, a great fundraiser, a more moderate member, someone who's won in battleground districts before. And without her there, Democrats are a little bit worried about this. But just like Virginia 2, if Republicans do flip this, then they're going to be feeling great. Then they'll probably have defended Virginia 2. If they flip Virginia 7, they're going to have the wind at their back going into the rest of the night here. But if Democrats keep it in their column, it's not like Republicans are writing off their chances of keeping the House here. It would be really nice to have, be a very early indicator of maybe some of these other reach districts or ones that they thought might be, not layups, not gimmies or anything like that. There are very few of those on the map right now. But if Republicans flip Virginia 7, they got to be feeling great. And if you're in the D.C. media market, you've probably been inundated with these ads right now, not only from Eugene Vidman, but also from Derek Anderson and his outside groups as well.
Evan McMorris Santoro, speaking of Eugene Vidman, I've noticed in his ads, he has not mentioned President Trump in the sense of his involvement with President Trump's impeachment in 2017.
That's really interesting, actually, to hear. I just want to quickly say, Kirk, I used to work at the hotline years ago. I never worked there with Kirk, but what a master. If you're not watching C-SPAN, you're doing it wrong. Everything is just coming in from this guy. It's really, really fascinating stuff. In terms of this ad messaging that you're talking about, we've seen very interesting unexpected ad messaging all over the country. My colleague Riley Rogerson just has a story about how COVID really hasn't been much of the conversation throughout this entire election. That was a pretty big deal the last time people voted. And there's been a lot of other issues like that that really have not risen to the top in the way that you would have necessarily expected. And that's because these candidates are running on the big issues that they think are really motivating voters. We're talking about the economy. We're talking about democracy. We're talking about these other things that, interestingly, stuff that you might not have expected has been pushed to the wayside. And another colleague of mine wrote an interesting article about the Missouri Senate race, not a particularly competitive Senate race that we're planning on, but interestingly, right, Josh Hawley, the incumbent there, was sort of a big photograph figure from January 6th. January 6th was not much of the conversation in that Senate race either, right? Like we were seeing candidates sort of shifting away from the things you might have expected that they would have run on even a year ago, even 6 months ago, to sort of meet this moment of where the voters where they are.
Well, it is 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the East Coast. More polls closing. Here we go. Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, District of Columbia, Florida, which also has a Senate race, Illinois, Maine, very interesting state because they split their electoral votes, and there's a competitive House race there. Maryland has a Senate seat, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, that we just mentioned, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, which of course is very interesting, has now closed. Their polls are closed. Rhode Island, Tennessee. Greta Brawner, what can you tell us?
You mentioned the polls in Florida, and all the polls have closed in that state. Let's start with the presidential contest and take a look at this. Over 80%, a little over 80% of the vote is in the state of Florida. 30 electoral votes are at stake here, and this is where the contest stands at this point. The former president with a sizable lead with 81% of the vote in. We've also had some calls in the state of Florida in two competitive House races tonight, and they both go to Republicans. Let's start with Florida's 13th congressional district. And this is, in this seat, the Republican incumbent, the Congresswoman there. This is a lean Republican race. She is declared the winner there. And then in the Florida's 27th district, the incumbent Republican, Congresswoman Salazar, also the victor. This was likely Republican. So two calls there in Florida tonight.
McMorris Santoro, Florida, when you saw those percentages, you kind of...
It didn't go to air.
You kind of nodded your head.
Well, I think that Florida was a dream reach for the Democrats for a lot of this election cycle. There was, my colleague Claire Heddles was down there just the other day knocking doors with Hillary Clinton as she was trying to drum up some Democratic vote down there. It's a hard state for Democrats these days. They have not really been competitive there in a little while. And so seeing those numbers coming in the way they are, it's not a huge surprise. It's, of course, where Trump lives. This is sort of, it's not a place I like to see a lot. You mentioned that Luna race. She's done a lot. She's been very vocal lately on some of the more, some of the more conspiratorial stuff around some of these hurricanes and things like that. She's a big sort of media star in the Republican Party. Those people have done fairly well in Florida lately.
Let's talk to Lee in Santa Clarita, California, a Harris supporter. Hi, Lee. Lee, you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead and tell us what you wanted to say tonight.
Taking the call. Yes, like I most definitely did vote for Ms. Harris.
Why'd you vote for Kamala Harris
this year? I could not. By the way, it's kind of breaking up. So if I'm breaking up, let me know.
Hey, Lee, just go ahead and tell us why you. Lee, just go ahead and tell us why you voted for Kamala Harris.
I did vote. I could not vote for Mike Garcia because of the action he took on the 6 with the other 140. I'd hate to see what would happen if our votes did not count. And that's tough to say as a lifetime Republican. So I did go with George Whiteside. I'm a little disappointed with the MAGA, or I should say my Republican Party, the MAGA, just non-MAGA over here. We just need to bring some dignity back to the office, some couth, some decor.
Thank you,
some
Lee,
character.
for calling in. We appreciate that. Lee is not a MAGA fan, but he considers himself to be a Republican, and California's got some pretty important House races, doesn't it?
That's right. We talked about, Kirk was mentioning this as well. We talked about this idea of this is a place where some of these areas that had been gone blue, had been red for a long time, gone blue again. We've seen maybe a chance for Republicans to pick some of them up in California as part of they try to get their House majority, maintain their House majority into next year. It's interesting to hear him describe his feelings and how he approaches politics at this moment. It really is something I've heard so much out on the campaign trail, which is folks who, before President Biden dropped out and Vice President Harris took over as Democratic nominee, there was a lot of sort of exhaustion at the way at this idea of this rematch between a kind of politics people didn't really like and a politician that they thought was maybe too old. And now with Harrison, we've seen some of that, this sort of some of the more divisive aspects of MAGA really follow Trump around.
Greta Bronner.
Quick update for you, Peter. The state of Florida has been called for the former president. The Associated Press putting the red check next to his name tonight. 82% of the votes in there.
Supporter. Hi, Grant.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
Good.
What's on your mind?
I just generally think that, a big issue in this election is the Second Amendment. I know both of the candidates have made their minds very clear. Trump is, seemingly on the pro-Second Amendment side of everything, while Kamala Harris has clearly expressed that she wants to restrict that a lot. She's said she wants to ban assault weapons, high-capacity magazines and stuff like that. And there are many Americans like myself who own stuff like that and really care about that. So I think that's going to turn off a lot of rural voters who really care about something like that. That's sort of what's on my mind is my main issue. But, the economy as well, with just how inflation's been going and how that's been handled. I think that, Trump brings to the table some really good economic policy with, tariffs to foreign nations that want to compete with our goods and lowering taxes. So I think that could, drive a lot of people to vote on his side versus Harris. So.
Grant, have you supported President Trump in past elections?
I'm sorry, you're cutting out.
Grant, have you supported President Trump in past elections? I apologize. I'm not sure if we kept him on there or not, but it was a little difficult to hear him, and I apologize to you, Grant. Gary in Redding, California, Kamala Harris line. Hi.
Hello?
You know what? Is Gary there, please? You know what? Hey, a reminder. For some reason, I guess I'm cutting out because that's two viewers in a row who said they were having a little trouble hearing me. So I apologize to those viewers if you could not hear us correctly. Let's talk to Janet. Janet is in Springfield, Ohio, which obviously was in the news during this election cycle. Hi, Janet. All right, we're having just a bit of trouble here with the phones. I apologize. We'll get that taken care of. Evan McMorris Santoro, are you seeing anything, hearing anything surprising with what you're hearing from the callers and the results so far?
Well, the callers, I think, are very carefully considering these votes that they are casting. You talk about that Second Amendment issue that was just brought up. This is a hugely important issue to a lot of people. You saw Democrats actually trying to make a case that they actually have some Second Amendment credibility, and they would like to sort of win some of those voters back. He mentions rural voters. That's just one of the issues. You saw Vice President Harris talk about her own gun that she owns, her willingness to use it if an intruder were to get into her home. Difficult to imagine given where she currently lives and the security that's around it, but nevertheless, there has been a conversation among Democrats trying to do something about the Second Amendment issue. They are aware that they have a hard time with voters who that's their number one thing. So I've been quite fascinated to hear those, just how careful people are considering this stuff and how much they have been thinking about this election. Right, that's quite interesting. I will say that we have continued to hear us reporters have continued to hear from the Harris campaign that. We're waiting for all of these results to come in. We're waiting for things that we're waiting to find out what's going on. We haven't seen these big numbers from a lot of these states yet, trickling in still these important states. But the Harris campaign has been sort of continually feeding us a lot of conversation about things that they feel very good about, that they feel good about. For example, long lines at the colleges in Nevada, right, where they think that those voters are going to go for them. We just heard that they feel like Philadelphia, which is that huge vote basket that they need in Pennsylvania, right? The way Pennsylvania works for Democrats is they need to really boost the vote up in Philadelphia, and that overcomes the red areas around Pennsylvania, essentially, right? They're feeling like they are seeing some of those numbers come in. Again, this is all so early. But this is what the campaign is telling us and what they are thinking that they are feeling and they're seeing around us, as they watch these results come in.
Let's get more results from Greta Brawner.
One of these candidates needs to clinch 270 electoral votes of the 538 tonight to be declared the winner. On the left of your screen, we're keeping track for you where it stands. And right now, the former president with 95 electoral votes and the vice president with 35. Here are some states that are in the blue column tonight. The Associated Press calling the states of Maryland, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island. And as we click through, you can see where the vote percentage is at this point with 0 votes in, but the Associated Press feels there's no path for the former president, to catch her at this point, so they put that check mark next to her name. Peter?
Let's go back. Let's see if the phones are working. Abigail, Wildwood, New Jersey. Abigail, can you hear me and tell us how you voted?
Trump one?
Yes. Hi. I voted at the poll today.
Okay.
And I voted for Robert F. Kennedy.
You did, even though he endorsed former President Trump.
I'm not a big fan of this Democrat and Republican back and forth. I really think that we should be voting third party independent in order to take away power from these guys that are leveraging it against the American people.
Abigail, thank you for calling in. Greta Brawner, do you have more for us?
Yes, we want to show you some states that are in the red column tonight. We'll go through a number of them, starting with Mississippi. 6 electoral votes at stake in Mississippi. And all of these states we're about to go through have gone for the former president. There's Alabama on your screen. Moving on to Oklahoma. The former president wins Oklahoma as well. 7 electoral votes at stake in Oklahoma. In Tennessee, he also is declared the victor in that state, and in Kentucky and in South Carolina. So the South, these 6 states in the South, all going to the former president tonight. Peter?
Evan McMorris Santoro of Notice News of the United States is here with us this evening. He'll be with us for a couple more hours. Thank you very much.
Having time of my life.
C-SPAN on election night is live for 17 hours. We have the magic board on top of this. This is cspan.org/results. If you go there, you get your own magic board, county by county, that is updated continuously. The results come from the Associated Press. Evan, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned that you were getting continuous reporter feeds from the Harris campaign. Are you getting them from the Trump campaign as well?
The Trump campaign has not been as direct with us about this sort of thing. They have talked a lot about things that they feel good about. We've seen, the president, the former president, using his own social media platform to put out his sort of views. There were some conversations that he put out earlier, feeling like maybe there was something going wrong with voting in Philadelphia. We saw Philadelphia officials say that's not true. There's a lot of back and forth going on. The Harris campaign has a much more traditional and a lot of folks think much larger ground operation. Doesn't mean that they're going to win tonight. Doesn't mean that that's going to put them over the top or anything like that. But they have the kind of operation where they are checking a lot of things very closely on a granular level, and they can feed back some of that information. Obviously, information that they want us reporters to see. That's very clear, right? But they can do that. The Trump campaign has relied on a different kind of ground operation. They have a lot of outside help. We heard about Elon Musk is doing a lot of things of his own. Charlie Kirk is doing things on his own. It just isn't the sort of it's not the similar organized structure. The Republican Party has their own system. They're out there too. But when it comes to this, this election has been a lot about at the presidential level about a massive sort of organized Democratic ground game. They're hoping to rely on in this close race tonight.
Nancy is calling from Rotunda, West Florida, a Trump voter. Hi, Nancy.
Hi, how are you doing? Thank you very much for your coverage tonight. I really enjoy C-SPAN.
Now, Nancy, did you vote straight Republican or were you a ticket splitter?
No, I'm straight Republican.
Why do you support President Trump?
Title IX, border security, and the economy.
Have you seen where is Rotunda, West Florida, by the way?
We're south of Venice and north of Punta Gorda.
Okay. So you're on the Gulf side?
Yes.
Have you seen
9 miles from the Gulf.
Have you seen an impact from immigration?
Well, throughout, not here directly, but throughout the country, I just believe our border should be secure, and we should know who's entering the country.
Nancy, thank you.
And I'm not against.
Go ahead.
I'm not against immigration. I just want it legal.
Thank you, ma'am, for calling in. Greta Bronner has more results.
Let's check in on some Midwest states, beginning with the state of Ohio. It releases its pre-election day votes first thing on election night, including mail-in votes. Like in other races since 2022, mail-in votes tended to lean toward Democrats. As the election day votes trickled in, though, in 2022, then Republican Senate candidate J.D. Vance took the lead, and he eventually won in the state of Ohio. This is where it stands right now, with the vice president having a slight lead with 34% of the vote in. Moving on to Michigan, one of those 7 battleground states. 15 electoral votes at stake here. There's 2% of the vote in. We could see a slight red mirage in Michigan as smaller, more pro-Republican localities report their votes. You can see, though, here it's looking not that way. There's only 2% of the vote in. So we'll see what happens as the votes come in more in the state of Michigan. Right now, the vice president with a sizable lead, but only 2% of the vote in. Moving on to the state of Pennsylvania. And you can see here with 6% of the vote in, again, the vice president has the lead. This could be an early blue mirage. We just have to wait and see because mail-in votes are counted first, and then they get to in-person election day votes. And those are reported in Pennsylvania.
Well, Kirk Beto is the editor-in-chief at The Hotline, and he is back with us to talk about some of those House races in Pennsylvania. Kirk, can we start in Pennsylvania 7? Have we seen anything yet to give us a trend?
We're still waiting on a little bit more returns in there. Again, Pennsylvania counts ballots very slowly. They're not allowed to pre-process early votes. So we're waiting a little bit longer to see some results in the Pennsylvania 7th district. But Susan Wild is kind of on the periphery of being one of the most competitive races in the country right now. It's a tough district for Democrats, but Wild has proven time and time again that she has a lot of resilience. She fundraises really well. She's out-fundraised and outspent her Republican opponent. Stop me if you've heard this before, but Democrats have a great cash advantage all across the map. and it's been keeping their most vulnerable members a little bit, giving them a little bit more cushion, and like we said earlier, pushing Republicans back on defense in a lot of those reach seats. So we're still waiting on more data right now out of Pennsylvania.
And what about Pennsylvania 8? What should we be watching there?
Pennsylvania 8 is going to be probably one of the most competitive races in the country. It's in the top 20 races that we identified as most likely to flip. Rep. Matt Cartwright represents the Scranton area, and it's one of the 5 districts represented by a Democrat that voted for former President Trump. Those, as we said earlier, those split ticket races are always the toughest. In fact, less than about 3% of all House districts in the country are crossover members. This has been one of the top offensive targets for Republicans almost every cycle for the last 4 years or so, or since Pennsylvania redrew their lines in 2018. But again, Cartwright has dominated the airwaves. This is an area where Democrats are a little bit more worried about, though, because Harris has struggled in areas like Scranton in ways that that President Biden, who was jokingly called the 3rd senator from Pennsylvania, performed really well, and Harris is not matching those numbers right now. So that's going to be one of our top races to watch here in the coming hours, if not a few days, depending on how long it takes Pennsylvania to count its votes.
Kirk Beto, there's a 3rd Democratic incumbent seat that is competitive, and this is up in Maine.
Yes, it's the Maine district, Jared Golden. That is another one of those 5 seats that's represented by a Democrat that Trump carried. Now, Jared Golden is in kind of the race for his life right now. He flipped the seat in 2018, kept it in 2022, and he is really having the race for his life right now. The last polls that we saw here found him tied with his Republican opponent. Now, this has been, again, another top priority for Republicans. If Republicans want to keep and maybe even expand their majority, they're going to need to win Maine 2 right now. And again, because Maine splits its congressional votes, this is an area where Trump won, like we said, and it's going to be difficult for Jared Golden. Coming into Election Day, this is probably one of his worst polls of the last 4 cycles. If it's tied in there, the tie almost has to go to the runner, which in this case is the Republican, because Trump's going to probably end up carrying this district.
Hey, Kirk Beto, I know we don't have it listed for you, but in the Harrisburg area of Pennsylvania, Scott Perry, there's been some rumor that he is in trouble. Freedom Caucus member, Republican.
Yes, there is actually, and this is one of the ones that Democrats have just been so frustrated by for the last few cycles, because they see a guy like Scott Perry, a member of the House Freedom Caucus, like you said, who goes around saying, I didn't come here in Washington to make friends here. A guy who's been a little bit out of step with what we were seeing, the bluing of the Harrisburg area as more college-educated folks come live and stay in and around that area of the country. Now, the diploma divide has been kind of the story of politics in the Trump era, that if the higher education level you have, the more likely you are to vote for a Democrat. And this is one of those areas that has frustrated Democrats, because they see an influx of more highly educated voters move into the Harrisburg area, but they haven't been able to knock off Scott Perry. But they think that with Janelle Stelson, who was a former longtime TV anchor in the district, that they can finally get Perry here. This is one of those rare instances where January 6th and threats about democracy have trickled down to House races. Evan said earlier really well that we haven't really seen Democrats lean into that message as much. It's been more about the economy and abortion access. This is one of those areas where the Democrat in the House race is really leaning into that because of Scott Perry's involvement with the Stop the Steal movement.
Well, Greta Brawner and I will be here until 3 a.m. this morning, and let's check in with Greta right now.
Let's dig into some competitive Senate races beginning in Ohio. As we said before, Republicans are eyeing this seat held by Senator Sherrod Brown, the Democrat there. He wants a 4th term. Bernie Moreno's trying to stop him. 30% of the vote in. Look how tight this is. This is a potential pickup for Republicans to flip the upper chamber. Moving on to Pennsylvania, another tight race we're expecting here. But Right now, with 7% of the vote in, look at Senator Bob Casey's lead. Again, this is only 7% of the votes are in. And as we said, Pennsylvania, they report the earliest reported votes to be dominated by mail ballots. So this could cause an early blue mirage. We're going to keep you updated on that competitive Senate race in Pennsylvania. And then moving on to Michigan. This is another battleground state with a competitive Senate race in it as well. Alyssa Slotkin is eyeing this seat, once held by the Democrat Debbie Stabenow, who decided to retire and not go for another term. The Republican challenger here is Mike Rogers, Republican, former FBI agent, former member of Congress. Outside spending by this group and candidate spending totaled $205 million. Peter?
You know, Evan McMorris Santoro, every time Greta mentions a state, I go to our cspan.org/results and I'll drill down into the counties in that state, and I'm paying no attention to what I'm doing here. So I apologize for that. But let's take Pennsylvania for an example. She showed the big lead that Bob Casey has. I went onto the map, I clicked on Pennsylvania, and you can see that the votes that have come in so far are from Pittsburgh and Philadelphia.
Right, that's the blue, right in the middle, that's Pennsylvania. But the thunderclap that you hear right now is the fact that we're talking about Pennsylvania results, okay? All year we have been waiting to see what happens in Pennsylvania, and now we are seeing votes actually come in. This is a very big deal. This is like the biggest deal for people who've been following this election. It'll be a long time till we know, and as you mentioned, I think it's really smart for people to remember this, that when these votes are ticking in, it doesn't really matter till we know what they all are, right? That's where those AP calls are based on a lot of things. People who are following a lot of other things. Wait till that before you make any conclusions based on what you're looking at with these numbers coming in. But the fact that we're talking about Pennsylvania and we're talking about Michigan now, we are really in the meat of this election now. These are the states that are extremely important to deciding who the next president is going to be, right? It's been fascinating to sit here with you and talk with the callers and watch this whole place come in, because I think about the rest of the country where there's so much election going on that people are going to the polls, they're showing up in Connecticut, whatever, Rhode Island, whatever. But we are really in the thing now that will decide it. And so it's like exciting for me personally to start to see it come in. But also this is the moment where we really have to be very careful when we talk about results, because we just don't know what they mean yet.
Yeah, and I need to put this away because I'm spending all my time over here and not paying attention.
I think you're doing a great job.
So I apologize to everybody for that. Laura is up in Douglas, Alaska, a Harris supporter. Hi, Laura.
Hi.
Where is Douglas, Alaska? Are you close to Anchorage?
Nope, Juneau. I'm in the southeast Alaska. It's a little island right off of Juneau, Alaska.
All right. So what was the voting experience for you up there in a ranked choice voting state?
Easy peasy. They actually had a lot of pamphlets that came out, a lot of information. I got a text message a few days ago about where my polling place was going to be. It was actually pretty nice. And the ranked choice voting, a different experience. I was born and raised in upstate New York, actually, so this is the first time I've done a ranked choice voting, especially in a presidential election, but it wasn't that complicated. They had a lot of information out there about how that works and what to do and exactly how to fill out your form to make sure that each ranked choice was counted.
Now, Laura, you couldn't rank choice on the presidential level, could you? It's just on the state level.
No, you could do it on the presidential level.
Okay. Did you rank choice, or did you just mark Kamala Harris on your ballot?
Nope. I just marked Kamala Harris on the ballot, one and only.
But you could have ranked Kamala Harris and Donald Trump as your second choice?
I could have, but I never would have.
Right. I understand. What about Mary Peltola? Because there's some talk that she might be in a little bit of trouble because the Republicans have kind of grouped together up there.
Yeah, I voted for Mary Peltola. She's done a great job. She's she's pro-choice. She's pro-job. She's pro-family. She's got kids in the Coast Guard here. And so she's very pro-Alaska, pro-fishing, pro-hunting, all of that kind of stuff. So I voted for Mary. I hope that is where we're headed still. She's done a great job, and I hope she can continue that, but we'll see.
Did you put a second choice after Congresswoman Peltola?
I did not. I voted for Mary Peltola straight through.
And I got to ask you, is there a lot of sign of a presidential campaign up in Alaska right now? Just because of the remoteness.
I've seen two Trump signs, and that's it. Again, coming from upstate New York, that is shocking. Where people talk about politics all the time. Here, it is not a conversation. People don't have signs in their yard. We don't talk about it. I have no idea who my neighbors and that kind of stuff are voting for. We just vote and move on with our way because, like you said, we have small populations and small communities, so we got to live together.
Thank you, ma'am, for calling in. Do you live in Alaska year-round?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
I work for the Forest Service.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Evan, that ranked choice voting, is it working as far as voters? Do voters like it? It's on the ballot in a couple of different states, isn't it?
Yeah, I think also here in D.C., right? People who had voted on ranked choice voting. Yeah. It is one of these reform issues that the reason for it is the idea of ranked choice voting is that it lets people vote for maybe some of those other, third-party candidates or candidates that might not do as well that they would normally not want to vote for, right? This idea of I don't want to throw my vote away, but in this case, you could go in and mark down a different kind of candidate. I know that the parties have not been thrilled with it. I mean, voters have passed it in several, places and added it to their ballots in several places. But we've seen the parties sort of organize, both sides sort of organize against it, not really liking it. Because the idea is it really is supposed to create a way to kind of break the control of just the two parties, right? Gives other people a chance to maybe be a part of things. Some places, Alaska specifically, we've seen some pushback against ranked choice voting because of some of the results that have come out of there. We've seen Republicans be not happy with having this system anymore and maybe talking about reforming it. And other places that are voting on it, we've seen those arguments, again, from both sides about what to do. I don't know. I mean, I have not talked to a lot of voters about the experience of voting on ranked choice voting. I will say I've talked to a lot of voters about the desire to be able to cast votes outside of the two-party system. I mean, you hear this all the time when you go out in the world. Why is there only two? Why can't I think of something else? Why can't I vote for something else? And of course you can, but people know that if they do, it doesn't really have much impact. This is a chance maybe to give it some impact. So, again, without having to spoke to people about the actual sort of process of it, it does speak to a desire that a lot of voters have that I have found on the road.
Well, 1 a.m. Eastern time is when the polls close in Alaska, and so we'll get an update on Mary Peltola's race at that point. But it is 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. The polls have closed in Arkansas. It's the only state that closes at 8:30. Let's return to Greta Bronner and see what she has for us.
Let's check in on the state of New Hampshire, starting with the presidential race there. In the closing days of this campaign, we saw the race tighten in New Hampshire, and even the running mate of the former president, J.D. Vance, heading to Derry, New Hampshire, holding a rally there over the weekend with just days to go before the election. And this is the way where it stands right now with 19% of the vote in. You can see that the vice president leading there now. We'll continue to check in on New Hampshire to see if the polls were correct and this tightens up. 4 electoral college votes at stake there. And then we want to show you a competitive House race in the state of New Hampshire. Annie Kuster, the Democrat, retired from this seat, decided not to seek another term, retired after 6 terms. You can see the Democrat there in this contest leading by about 20 percentage points right now with 19% of the vote in. Peter?
Let's return to calls. We want to hear your voices throughout the evening, and Bill is in Goodwin, North Carolina. Bill, good evening to you.
Good evening. My name is Bill, but my real name is Garrett. Bill's my nickname, but yes, I voted for Donald Trump. I think this country is going downhill with the recent work of Kamala and Joe. I really think we need somebody to really fix the issues, especially in my state. with all the work and stuff that's going on.
Hey, Bill, where is Godwin, North Carolina?
It is close to Fayetteville in Raleigh.
Okay, near Raleigh.
Yeah, kind of like 30 or 40 miles away from Raleigh. It's close to Fayetteville.
Has it been an active campaign season in North Carolina?
Yes, it has. I've seen a lot of signs for both Trump, Harris, and then the different governors and Senate. It's been a real active race. Like, this is my first year to vote, and I just got my ID a couple of weeks ago, so I was pretty excited to vote.
Well, congratulations. Did you vote for the Republican nominee for governor in North Carolina, Mark Robinson?
I did not. I think he wouldn't do as good of a job as Josh Stein. So I voted for Josh Stein.
Bill, what do you do for a living?
Well, I'm unemployed. I'm only 18, but right now I've been helping like my family and neighbors, trying to be a good neighbor.
We really appreciate you calling in. We appreciate you being with us on election night here on C-SPAN. Evan McMorris Santoro, we haven't really mentioned the governor's race in North Carolina yet.
No, well, there's ticket splitting opportunities, really. Mark Robinson, as you mentioned, he was a kind of a big deal. He's a sitting lieutenant governor of the state. A big deal when he got the nomination. He spoke at the RNC convention over the summer, and then he sort of suffered a cavalcade of scandals sort of towards the end of the campaign that has now shifted things away. The National Party pulled their money out. A lot of his staff quit. This is not a person that people are expecting to do very well tonight, even though it's a state that's very competitive and that Trump could easily win. It's interesting to hear the caller. He sort of embodies two separate things about this. One, this Stein, voting for Stein and the Republican as well. But also this idea of these young men voters showing, these younger voters, first-time voters coming out. This is something that both campaigns have worked really hard to get their hands on. Trump has really wanted a lot of them to come out. So people casting their first ballot. Also, I just try to think about, could there be a more different experience in this election than being in a swing state like North Carolina versus that woman in Alaska who, she's seeing no signs, she's seeing no ads. People in North Carolina are seeing a lot of ads and a lot of signs, and I bet a lot of them would like to be in Alaska right now.
Well, let's talk to Ben in Champaign, Illinois, a Harris supporter. Hi, Ben.
Hi, how's it going?
How are you?
I'm doing well. I voted for Harris a couple days ago via mail, and I'm very excited for this election. About to go watch the rest of it with a couple of my friends.
Now, Ben, the mail-in process in Illinois, easy?
Very easy. Just got the ballot, checked out my judges to see which ones are the good ones, which ones are the bad ones, and got it done in 15 minutes.
Are you associated with the university there in Champaign?
Yeah, I'm currently a law student, so I'm going with a bunch of my friends tonight.
Do you see any evidence, being in a university town in Illinois, of Trump supporters?
I drive around my town every once in a while. I think I've seen one or two Trump signs around here, so really not too much, honestly.
But overwhelmingly Kamala Harris?
Yeah, I'd say like 20-1 on the signs or so. Pretty blue area, I think.
Is your governor popular down there in Champaign, J.B. Pritzker?
I don't know. I'm originally from up north in Chicago, and he's very popular up there. But around here, I think so. I think JB's been really well liked. He's a very strong overall.
Ben, thanks for watching. Thanks for checking in with us. We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a great night, everyone.
Greta Bronner has more results.
More states have been called by the Associated Press. Let's start with the state of Arkansas. Tonight, 9% of the vote in, and you can see that the vice president is leading there, but the Associated Press is calling this for the former president. He's won this state before, and the Associated Press feels there's no way that the vice president can win the state of Arkansas, so they've put the check next to his name. Moving on to the state of New Jersey, and this one has also been called tonight for the vice president with 28% of the vote in. Those percentages will change as more of the votes come in. But again, the Associated Press feels confident in their call with the thousands of people that they have working tonight at the Associated Press, looking at all the data that's coming in, they feel confident to call this for the vice president. And then another race in Delaware. This one has been called as well tonight for the vice president. She is declared the victor with 43% of the vote in. And finally, let's go to the state of Kansas tonight. We're watching this state right now to see what happens. 8% of the vote in, and you can see it's tight. If you go to our map on cspan.org/results and you look at where the votes are coming in, you can see large amounts of the votes coming in Kansas City and Topeka at this point in the night, and that is why the race looks tight in the state of Kansas. Peter?
Evan, I wanted to ask you about Kansas while Greta has that pulled up. There was a little bit of a feint toward Kansas saying, hey, this is in single digits, it's tight. And then, of course, we saw the Iowa. Was this purposeful? Was this outlier polls?
I feel like we're having like a brain melt here. I was about to bring up that, one of the biggest moments of the last week of this campaign was this Ann Seltzer poll in Iowa, which showed that, Kamala Harris up by 3 points, huge swing, very surprising. A place like Kansas could show us, again, it's very early, results are very early, we don't know what these results say yet, but a place like Kansas could show us if that Seltzer poll is a real thing, and if it is a real thing that's like farther out into the Midwest, just besides Iowa, right? Kansas is a place that, like Iowa, a lot of people, they talk about that Iowa poll, they're thinking that the very restrictive abortion law that now in effect in Iowa could have had an effect on some polling there, right? And on the way voters feel. Obviously, Kansas is a place where it was one of the earliest places that we learned kind of what a liability Dobbs could be for Republicans when in a special election in Kansas, not a place we think about for Democrats doing very well or the left doing very well or anything like that. They won a special election about abortion rights there. So this is a place where, again, we're waiting for these numbers to come in, see what they are. But that Seltzer poll question, which is a big question for those of us who watch this stuff, how accurate is that poll? Is that the right poll or is every other poll the right poll? That is a state where we could maybe see some answers to that.
And to go back to Kansas, didn't Kansas already have a referendum on the issue of abortion and reproductive rights?
That's right. And that's what I was saying, is that it was one of the early ones in the post-Dobbs world, the special election that sort of fueled this idea that this is a very dangerous political liability for Republicans. It's a very tough one for them to overcome. That was one of the states where we saw that conversation. But of course, it has now been dealt with, so maybe it won't be as motivating. But I'm just saying, this idea of what the Seltzer poll is supposed to be showing us is that maybe there is places in the Midwest that things might look a little different. Again, we don't know yet, but that's sort of what that's what we're looking for in places like that.
Well, in 20 minutes, a couple of the swing states polls close, Arizona and Michigan. I wanted to ask you, we're already getting results from Michigan. How is that possible? The polls haven't even closed there. Well, is it probably the mail-in votes that they've started counting?
That is right. Some of these are, we talked about how long it has taken. Greta showed that thing earlier about how late it has been some nights before we get these results in. Nights, I mean like days, But a lot of states have changed their laws around this. We feel like, for example, in Georgia, they're counting their mail-in votes and their early votes like much quicker now in an attempt to try and get their results out faster. And places like Michigan, they're counting those votes. They made some changes to their voting laws as well in recent years, and they're trying to get those votes in counted fast.
Lupe in Palmdale, California, Trump voter.
Hey, guys, thank you so much for taking my call. I actually voted Donald Trump, and I did for many reasons, but one of the main reasons is I believe that Donald Trump has the ability to address some of the Project 2025 with poise and implement some type of institution reform, and addressing some of the government corruption that not only he's experienced, but we're seeing America experience more and more indictments and a lot of more corruption for one reason or another. And I think that with Project 2025, I think that he has the ability to address it.
Lupe, you were the first person to bring up Project 2025 tonight. It's something that the Democrats talked quite a bit about. What is it about Donald Trump? Have you supported him in the past?
I have not, but I'm an entrepreneur, and I had a company that was pre-IPO, and I've dealt with the SEC and some of their shenanigans, and I know that Donald Trump has dealt with some of the same, and so has Elon Musk, and I think that a lot of the Democrats that have dealt with some of the same type of issues are now supporting Donald Trump, because I think we're tired of seeing this type of abuse go on with the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Department of Justice, and the FBI, and things of that nature.
Thank you for calling in, Lupe. Don is in Sandston, Virginia, a Harris supporter. Hi, Don.
Hi.
What's on your mind tonight?
It's a real easy choice for me. I voted for Kamala Harris because I could not support a convicted felon, misogynist, racist, someone that wants to change the Constitution. Project 2025. I mean, the issues just goes on and on and on. Not to mention his character, his morals. Who would trust your daughter or wife to be left alone in the room with Donald Trump?
That's Don in Sandston, Virginia. Greta Bronner, what do you have for us?
We have another call tonight by the Associated Press in the state of Illinois. The Associated Press calling this race tonight for the vice president. 9% of the votes in. So those 19 electoral votes will go in her column. Peter?
Richmond, Virginia. Hi, Aaron.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Who's your candidate of choice?
I voted for Claudia De La Cruz this election.
And who is Claudia De La Cruz?
She's a socialist. I supported her primarily because as a trans woman, I believe that neither of the candidates have my best interest at heart. And more than that, I cannot support a candidate who is directly complicit and responsible for a genocide in Gaza. Free Palestine. The United States is sending millions and millions of dollars to the Israeli government to kill women, children, and other innocent Palestinians all across Gaza.
Aaron, what do you say to your acquaintances and friends who say to you, you're wasting your vote on a third-party candidate?
I feel that, I live in a state that is predominantly going to be blue, so I don't feel that, if I voted red, that would make a difference. I don't feel if I voted blue, that would make a difference. And I vote on what I believe is the correct humanitarian, harm reductive way to cast my vote.
Thank you, Aaron, for calling into C-SPAN. Evan McMorris Santoro of Notice. News of the United States is here with us throughout the evening. What have you been hearing in our conversation now? I'm sorry I'm making you be the one who takes whatever Kirk and Greta and the callers all say, go.
I'm enjoying it. I'm really having a great time. That last call was pretty fascinating. I was on the ground in Dearborn, Michigan, the night of the Democratic primary there when we really saw the power of this Gaza movement that the caller referred to inside the Democratic Party. It was this group of people there, they called themselves uncommitted, because what they did is they voted, in Michigan, there's an option on your ballot to vote uncommitted for your Democratic primary ballot. Kind of like a none of the above. It was too late in the game to put a candidate on or to run somebody else. So they voted this uncommitted line to sort of show that there was a lot of people who were upset about what at that time Joe Biden's administration, what Joe Biden was doing, their feeling about Joe Biden about this issue. And we saw folks who thought they might make an impact of maybe a few thousand votes or a few tens of thousands, more than 100,000, very successful. They sent some delegates to the DNC, and this issue has continually dogged the Democrats throughout the entire election cycle. The passion here from that caller speaking about this issue. is something that I heard a lot in Michigan at that time, and you still hear in parts of Michigan now. We heard Democrats maybe shifting some of their focus away from areas like Dearborn, where President Biden enjoyed great support in those places in 2020 because he was pushing back against some of the comments that President Trump had made, and the so-called Muslim ban, those kinds of things, very motivated communities. That motivation has been turned off in a lot of ways by this issue of Israeli policy towards Israel. And I saw that on the ground. I've seen it all played out. We're not sure how that's all going to end up tonight, but that passion has been something that's been a really important part of the Democratic race actually throughout. And I was just, it's just so interesting to hear how all that stuff manifests itself in that call. Another thing that was in that call was talking about transgender issues. Right? This has been another previous caller mentioned that was one of the reasons that they supported President Trump, right? Because they had heard a lot of those, those ads. It was very important. The Trump campaign and the Republicans are running a ton of advertising about this issue, about trans rights, pushing back on them. And we've had some reporting at Notice that some transgender rights groups have felt the Democrats have not really done much to push back against that they've kind of maybe stepped away from an issue that maybe is not doing a lot for them electorally. This is, the result of that can be voters like this who, obviously they live in a blue state, maybe not so important for what their vote might be for the end result. But if voters like that in a place like Michigan, Pennsylvania, could be a big deal.
Well, it's about 10 minutes away from a lot of more polls closing in various states, including all of the polls in Michigan at that point. Joining us again is Kirk Beto. He is editor-in-chief of The Hotline. Kirk, we talked about the Senate race over in Michigan a little bit earlier, but I want to talk about some of the House races there that are competitive, beginning with Elissa Slotkin, who is the Democratic nominee for Senate, her seat.
Her seat, Michigan 7, Lansing area, that was the most expensive House race in the country last cycle. Now, there's a lot more expensive races in more expensive media markets right now. It's still very pricey out there. But that's kind of Democrats' most vulnerable seat right now, at least their most vulnerable open seats. They're defending 4 open competitive seats. That is the most vulnerable out of all of them there. Tom Barrett, who ran against Elissa Slotkin, came close in 2022, is back again. And I would say that he's probably the slight favorite in that race right now as we sit here a little bit about an hour before the final polls close in Michigan. It's going to be a really tough race in there for Democrats, and they acknowledge that. But if they hold on to that race, that is probably going to be a great sign for them throughout the rest of the night, because that is the one that's probably Trump might carry that seat. That's what we're anticipating right now. That's one of the predictions that we have right now. But that is going to be a tight race that could go a long way in determining control of the House.
And right next door is Michigan 8.
Yeah, Michigan 8, again, that's a little bit safer ground for Democrats. That's the Dan Kildee seat. He's retiring. That, again, a little bit more favorable for Democrats as we sit here right now. Now, there's 3 competitive seats in Michigan. Michigan 7, Michigan 8, like what we're talking about. Michigan 10, where Republican John James is in a really tough fight right now. Whoever wins 2 of the 3 of those seats is probably going to have a pretty good night right now. And if Republicans sweep and get all 3, they're probably going to keep the majority, or at least that's what strategists have been telling us here at Hotline.
Now, Kirk, you mentioned Michigan 10, which is John James. He's the Republican incumbent at this point. Is that Macomb County, the infamous Macomb County of Michigan?
Yes, it is. And, John James is a name that's very familiar with voters in Michigan. He ran statewide twice. He lost twice. And then 2 years ago, he ran in the House, won that race. And that race has come online pretty late in the game here. The James campaign has been really scrambling in the last few weeks here to shore up that race. I would still think John James, because he's an incumbent, because he's got a good amount of money, good amount of name ID, is probably the slight favorite in that race still, but don't sleep on Carl Marlinga in there.
If John James wins or loses, is that a bellwether on the presidential level?
I think it would be at the presidential level if he loses. Now, if he wins, he's still the slight favorite in there. We're kind of going on the status quo here. Michigan at the presidential level is going to be very competitive. But if he were to lose there, and especially in an area where Democrats, at least at the top of the ticket, have struggled, like we alluded to, then it's going to be a pretty good sign for Democrats here, not just in Michigan, but some of those other areas that we were thinking it might be a problem spot with Harris, with black voters, with Muslim voters, with Asian American voters. She struggled a little bit with those groups. But if Democrats flip that seat, then Harris might be looking pretty good in Michigan and in other parts of the country as well.
Kirk Beto, you are editor-in-chief of The Hotline. You've been spending a lot of time with us. We're going to let you go and do a little of your own work, but we will check back in with you a little bit later. Thanks for being with us.
This is the fun part of election night. Thanks for having me.
Greta Bronner, what do you got?
Let's check in on that North Carolina governor's race. The Associated Press is calling Josh Stein the winner tonight with 24% of the vote in. Our viewers will know Mark Robinson, who was challenging him, the Republican there. His campaign was rocked by a CNN report with allegations of controversial remarks that he posted on a porn site. The News and Observer reported that campaign staff quit. He was showing up at events by himself in the closing days of this campaign. They also reported that the Democrat here, Josh Stein, raised 11 times more money than Robinson in the final fundraising quarter. Now, we're expecting Josh Stein to come out shortly and deliver a victory speech.
Kristen is calling in from Olympia, Washington. Trump supporter.
Hi.
Hi, Kristen. How are you?
Good. Happy Election Day.
How was your process?
It was great. I did vote by mail, so it was really easy.
Is Washington 100% mail? I know Oregon is, but not Washington State?
No, you can go in person too.
Okay. How was the process for you today?
It was great. And normally I vote Democrat. I always have, but this time I voted for Trump.
Why?
I just felt like we need a change, and I want someone who's going to put our country first. And it just feels like we really need someone who's going to pay attention to the increasing cost of living that we've been experiencing. We have 3 kids. And, the economy is really important. And also the illegal immigration issues.
Are you seeing that in Olympia, Washington?
The cost of living here is very expensive, and it's getting harder for families.
Kristen, did you support Joe Biden in 2020?
I did. Yes, I did. I've always voted blue.
Thank you, ma'am, for calling in. Evan McMorris Santoro, News of the United States reporter. Right. What did you hear from that caller, Kristen?
Well, that was a very interesting call, actually. And it speaks to these two issues, right? We talk about this idea of prices. Prices have been everywhere. You talk to people, they talk about prices. This has been a very difficult issue for the Democrats to get their hands around. They've spent a lot of messaging on this. They've talked a great deal about it. They pushed back against sort of Trump's planned tariffs that he's promised that they're going to raise prices. Prices have been a huge part of this campaign. I spoke to someone not long ago who was talking about how that actually you could see, based on the inflation that's happened all over the world in sort of the past, in the past few years after COVID, that you've seen a lot of incumbent parties really struggling because of these prices. I mean, this is a real thing. If it's in your own pocket, you really feel it, right? So you see people, this is the kind of voter that Harris is really hoping they don't have a lot of, which is people who move from Biden to Trump because of things like prices. That is a storyline that is exactly what the Trump campaign said we were going to see a lot of tonight. Again, it's very early. We don't know what's going to happen, but it's the kind of thing that the Harris campaign has been actively trying to make sure it doesn't happen.
I'm really old, and I remember when Washington State was competitive and had 2 Republican senators. It was basically prior to the tech industry moving there. Is that?
Well, I mean, it's quite interesting. I mean, we're talking about Florida, right? I mean, I remember that being a pretty competitive state too. These things move around.
And Democratic.
That's right. They change a lot as it goes along. But that doesn't necessarily all reflect all the voters that are in that place. Like you see a big shift among the majority of the voters you don't know. North Carolina is a place that in recent years, if it hadn't been for Robinson being kind of so bad a candidate in the end, that you would have not expected the Democrats to do as well. But now you have a place that has a Democratic governor, looks like replacing a Democratic governor, a big surprise, but in a state that's moved more and more red as things have gone on.
And down in Raleigh, Josh Stein is getting ready to speak. It looks like they're having quite a celebration down there. We certainly will bring that to you live when Governor Stein comes out to talk about his reelection. But that's in Raleigh, and that's live. Next call comes from Alexis in Orem, Utah. Alexis, you with us? Hi. Alexis, Orem, Utah. Please go ahead. Are you with us? Okay, let's try Ryan in Palatine, Illinois. A Kamala Harris supporter. Hi, Ryan. Ryan?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Please go ahead. What'd you call in to talk about?
Hi.
Ryan, what'd you call in to talk about?
Hello?
I apologize. I don't know if we're having a minute of trouble here with the phones again or not. Tom in Pennsylvania, a Trump supporter.
Hello?
Tom, you with us? Yeah, we're having a little bit of trouble with the phones here. They'll take care of that. I appreciate it. Let's check in. Let's check in.
Let's check in. I'm from Pike County, Pennsylvania. Can you hear me?
Tom, we're going to have to let you go for just a second. We're going to check in with Greta Broner.
We have some news coming out of Milwaukee. This is a reporter with CBS in this city. Breaking news here that the city of Milwaukee is going to recount about 30,000 absentee ballots that had already been counted. There was an issue with one tabulator not being sealed. Out of precaution, the city will recount each ballot. A long night just got longer, is what AJ reports here, CBS reporter out of Milwaukee. And then an update here, a little after 8, the cavalry had been called in, he reports, from Baird Center. 30 to 40 city firefighters, health department, and IT workers had been sent in to help process absentee ballots. That's the latest out of Milwaukee. We'll keep an eye on that story.
In just a minute, but it is 9 o'clock here on the East Coast. Nearly the entire country, the polls are closed. Here's what's closing at 9 o'clock. Arizona, which has a Senate race and 2 competitive House races as well. Colorado with a competitive House race. Kansas, Louisiana, the rest of Michigan is closed. We've talked about that. Minnesota with a Senate race. Nebraska with 2 Senate races, which we haven't talked about yet, but we will. New Mexico also has a Senate race. New York is closing. North Dakota with a Senate and a governor's race. South Dakota, Texas is now fully closed. Wisconsin and Wyoming. Evan, that's a lot of states and a lot of news ready to come out, huh?
We're waiting for it.
What are you going to be listening for? What are you going to hear?
Well, we want to see what's going on in Arizona. That's part of one of our swing states we're looking for. And we're talking about some of those western states where, some of these House races are important, and also some of the, that Senate race in Montana, we're looking for that. This is exciting stuff to see all this stuff starting to come in. Although that Milwaukee news does indicate that maybe we may be waiting a long time for some of the presidential results, depending on sort of how close other states are. But we may have a better picture of the Senate relatively, a bit sooner than that.
And in just a minute, Josh Stein will be coming out to give his victory speech in Raleigh, North Carolina. More speeches are going to be happening. That's live from Raleigh there. We're going to check in with Greta Broner. Greta, do you have anything for us?
Yeah, Peter, let's take a look remind viewers what we talked about earlier, and that is the cost of this race. You had noted at the beginning that $16 billion total in these federal election races. This is the money from outside spending on the 2024 elections. This is from Open Secrets, and it hit a record $4.5 billion, with more than half of that spending coming from groups that did not fully disclose their source of the funding, that from the Associated Press. And then also, we showed you this earlier. Here are the top 10 billionaire families by political contributions. This is from the Americans for Tax Fairness. They put this report together in the final days of this campaign, and you can see the first 6 wealthy families all donating to Republicans, followed by the Simons family and the Bloomberg family for Democrats there. Elon Musk, $133 million, according to the Americans for Tax Fairness. Peter?
And in just a few minutes, we will be going to Josh Stein and other victory and concession speeches throughout the evening. But with the polls closing in several states, I want to ask you about a Senate race in New Mexico. President Trump stopped there on his way to Arizona and Nevada and rally in Albuquerque and mentioned Nella Domenici. Who is she?
This is a really interesting thing that the President Trump did stop in New Mexico. I have to say, I'm not completely versed in that race. I've been very focused on the 7 states we've all been talking about.
Well, I don't think any of us were, but Senator Heinrich is running for re-election, of course, right. And Pete Domenici's daughter is the Republican nominee. Is it competitive? Have you heard anything about that being competitive?
Well, this is one of those things where sometimes when you see Trump do things, you're not exactly sure what the result is going to be in terms of electoral things. You know, he popped up in New York a couple times, not very helpful to his presidential race. But look, they think they can make a game of it, and I think they're going to give it a shot. I don't think that Democrats have been very concerned about it, no.
Let's hear from Tom in Tafton, Pennsylvania, a Trump supporter. Tom, are you with us? Okay.
I can hear you through the television, sir.
Yeah,
but not
we can't do it that way. Sorry, Tom. There's a delay, so we don't have any calls at this point. Okay, we're going to have to take Tom down. I apologize to everybody, and I apologize to you especially, Tom, that we're unable to do that right now. But you can always send a text message in, and we will get to some of those as we go throughout this evening. 202-748-8903 is the number for text messages. Please include your first name and your city if you would, so we can identify you that way. And you can continue this conversation both on X at C-SPAN and on Facebook, facebook.com/C-SPAN. Greta Brawner, what do you got?
Let's check in on the state of Florida and the Senate race there. Rick Scott, the Republican incumbent, seeking another term in the Senate. He is a wealthy businessman that has loaned $22 million in this cycle, according to Hotline, to his race. The Associated Press has declared him the winner tonight, 92% of the vote in. Debbie Mucarsel-Powell, the former congresswoman, challenging him for this seat. Democrats were getting a little optimistic in the last month of this race, hoping that she would be able to take out Rick Scott, but that is not the case this evening. That stays with Republicans, that Senate seat. Moving on to the abortion ballot initiative in the state of Florida. There are 10 states that have ballot initiatives this election cycle, and Florida is one of them. On Amendment 4, take a look at the results right now. 91% of the votes in, 57% of the voters have voted yes on Amendment 4. It's an amendment to limit government interference with abortion. It states that no law shall prohibit, penalize, delay, or restrict abortion before viability or when necessary to protect the patient's health as determined by the patient's healthcare provider. The governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, was fighting against this abortion ballot initiative, and it looks like the Florida voters are in favor of it. They need 60%, though, in the state of Florida, so we're going to keep watching it to see if it can meet that threshold. Peter?
Evan McMorris Santoro, Florida. Trump It's already been declared for President Trump. Rick Scott, it's been declared for Rick Scott, and it's voting for a pro-choice ballot amendment.
The last one is a little bit different because of the rules in Florida. You got to hit the 60% threshold to for a ballot initiative to count, right? So it's a little bit like cloture. People on C-SPAN are well aware of what this is, where like something can lose while getting more votes, right? That's it. That's the case with that abortion ballot amendment that we've seen. But you know, that Rick Scott race, there was a minute or two when there was some conversation that this might actually be a competitive race. We had a reporter from Notice who was mentioning this Scott a lot, like he was sort of declining to debate his opponent there that he just defeated tonight. This was sort of, maybe there was a chance that Democrats might have a race there. But again, this is sort of like Florida just comes up to appear to be wishful thinking for the Democrats. They just, once again, do not have a handle on sort of how to make the electoral impact there, even in a moment where you did see more voters vote for the pro-choice amendment than against it. It's just the fact is because of the rules there, it didn't pass. But they can't turn that into electoral wins in other parts, on these ballot races. Like, I mean, on these, on these candidate races, obviously.
Now, before we lose you, and we're going to lose you in a few minutes, too, because you have work to do as well, there are 2 Senate seats up in Nebraska, both Deb Fischer and Pete Ricketts. Why 2?
I actually don't totally know why there's 2. I'm sorry. You keep catching me out on this. I feel like this is like the C-SPAN Haitian near the end. No, I'm sorry. I really should be up on it more. But the Nebraska race is quite fascinating because you have a race where there's an independent candidate running against Fischer and has gotten a lot of
Dan Osborne.
That's right. Has gotten a lot of coverage, a lot of focus. This is a former union leader. He's gotten a lot of focus from national unions have gone in there to do things. I'm not sure that in the end we necessarily expect this person, Dan Osborne, to win this election. However, you do have this situation where this is a different kind of candidate running in a state like that and actually putting a scare into the Republicans there. It could be a sign of the future of politics in some of these places with these rural voters and these, as politics maybe realigns a bit, that maybe a different kind of candidate will be the ones who face these Republicans down.
And Pete Ricketts, the other senator in Nebraska, is having a special election because he filled in for Ben Sass.
That's right.
All of that
to go to Florida to run a college there. Yes.
Right. The Arizona polls have closed, so we'll be looking forward to getting some results from there as well. We're waiting on several other states to be called. Evan, I just pulled up from cspan.org/results. You go to your own very own magic wall that you can get on your in your hand, and I pulled up Georgia. And just looking at this, you can see the map there of Georgia. It's got blue dots and red dots showing, and then the big dot, of course, is Atlanta in Fulton County. And you go there, and Kamala Harris has 72% of the vote currently. Donald Trump has 26% of the vote, and that's with 68% of the vote counted. Does that tell you anything?
I mean, that's pretty good sign for, tell me those numbers again, those first 2.
72% and 26%.
Yeah, I mean, these are the numbers that...
It sounds like very positive for the Harris campaign.
Yeah, Harris needed those numbers to be like that, but we'll see when the more numbers come in. But this is what the kind of thing that they've been looking to get in counties like this. They need to run those Democratic votes up and get those margins up really, really big. So then if they do any kind of work in the suburbs that they've been trying to do, that those things can actually end up being for them a gain, right? Because at this point, Fulton County, that's a place where they really need to, that's where they're going to get the sort of that big basket that's going to help them make Georgia competitive.
And that, again, that's with 68% of the vote counted. I will tell you that in 2020, Joe Biden did get 72% of the vote, and Donald Trump got 26% of the vote.
I'll tell you the early signs that I am seeing from other reporters and people that I've been talking to, and talking to throughout the night is that, this 50-50 election that we were projected going into tonight with these polls. People wondered how close, if these close polls were actually right. And it's looking more and more like that is what we're looking at, is a very, very close election that could take a long time to find out what the actual result is.
Let's check back in with Greta Brawner. Hi, Greta.
We want to look at some of these swing states and see where the results are at this point, starting with the state of Michigan. Now, President Biden won Michigan in 2020 by 150,000 votes. Here's where it stands right now, with the vice president in the lead at 10% of the vote in. Moving on to the state of Wisconsin. This is another battleground state, the state of Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes at stake. And you can see 0% of the votes in. You can see how the Associated Press is populating that at this point. Now, in 2016, the former president won the Badger State by 23,000 votes. In 2020, Biden won by 21,000 votes. This is going to be a close contest. We'll continue to watch Wisconsin. Let's go to Pennsylvania. And this is the biggest haul tonight of the swing states. 19 electoral votes at stake. And you can see the vice president with a big lead at this point. We told you how Pennsylvania counts its votes early on may lead to a blue mirage. We could see this race tighten as the evening goes on. Let's also check in on North Carolina. Let's see how this battleground state is doing at this point. 40% of the vote in, 16 electoral votes, and the former president is in the lead right now. Finally, let's go to the Peach State of Georgia. And again, this is a battleground state. Biden's victory there in 2020 marked the first time a Democrat won since Bill Clinton in 1992. Biden won by 12,000 votes. Here's where the race stands with 68% of the vote in. All of these results can be found on our website at cspan.org/results.
And we'll be back with Greta with more results shortly. But right now, the current governor of North Carolina, Roy Cooper, is introducing Josh Stein, who just got elected governor of North Carolina.
Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We also hold next to our hearts the people of Western North Carolina. We're going to work hard to make sure they recover. We got a long night ahead of us. I know everybody's watching closely for the rest of the results, because we know our country must make the right choice. And we have important elections across the state. But we need to take a moment right now. We need to take a moment for our beautiful home state of North Carolina, because we have done something important here with this victory in the governor's race. You know, every election gives us choices, and there's never been a wider gulf between the choices in this race. And so tonight, with this victory, I ask you, North Carolina, did we choose progress? Did we choose experience? Did we choose reproductive freedom for women? Did we choose support for our public schools? Yes, we did. We chose all of that and more. I've known our next governor for a long time, and North Carolina is better because he's been an amazing public servant and attorney general. And now it's time for his new job. And Kristen and I can tell you, it's a job that truly matters in the lives of everyday North Carolinians. Serving as your governor has been the honor of my lifetime. And by working together, we've expanded Medicaid. We've recruited a record number of good-paying jobs. We've passed clean energy legislation to get us to carbon zero future, appointed the most diverse cabinet and staff in the history of our state. And we've stopped a lot of bad legislation. And so much more. I know what it takes to do this job. And I knew that to keep our progress going forward, we needed to write the right person to take over when it was time for me to leave. We needed a person with integrity and grit. We needed a person who will work with anyone to get the job done. We needed a person who will never back down from doing the right thing. We need a person who will blaze his own trails, and we got that tonight. He is ready to do this job and to do it right. He has the steady hand, the clear-eyed vision, and the servant's heart to make North Carolina stronger than ever. So, North Carolinians, I present to you the next governor of North Carolina, Josh Stein. North Carolina. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. It is a treat to be with you. Thank you, Governor Cooper, for that very generous introduction. And thank you, North Carolina. Tonight, the people of North Carolina resoundingly embraced a vision that's optimistic, forward-looking, and welcoming. A vision that's about creating opportunity for every North Carolinian. We chose hope over hate, competence over chaos, decency over division. That's who we are as North Carolinians, and I am so honored that you have elected me to be your next governor. Thank you. Thank you. I've got an easy question, and I already know the answer, but I'm going to ask y'all anyway. Who here, like me, loves North Carolina? North Carolina is home. Home to remarkable natural beauty. Home to small businesses and Fortune 500 companies. Home to some of the finest universities and one of the best community college systems in the nation. And we are home to the best people. As we celebrate tonight, our hearts are with the folks of Western North Carolina who are still struggling. Hurricane Helene swept in devastation, destruction, and darkness. But the goodness of North Carolinians shone through. Neighbors helping neighbors, people dropping everything to lend a hand. And by the way, none of those folks cared whether the person they were helping was a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. They just showed up because that's who we are as North Carolinians. And we will show up for the people of Western North Carolina to help them rebuild safer and stronger than ever before. I ran for governor because I love our home state, and I believe in the promise of North Carolina, that where you come from should never limit how far you can go. That our kids and grandkids should enjoy a better and brighter future than we've had. That every North Carolinian should have a fair shot at success, starting a small business or getting a good paying job everywhere in this state, including small town North Carolina. To deliver on that promise, we must invest in our people and their futures so that together we build a safer, stronger North Carolina where the economy continues to grow and works for everyone. Where our public schools are excellent and our teachers are well paid. And where our neighborhoods are safe and women can make their own decisions about their own bodies. Just like rebuilding Western North Carolina, these issues, good jobs, strong public schools, safe neighborhoods, and personal freedoms are not partisan issues. They are North Carolina issues. We have big challenges ahead, but we have even bigger dreams to realize. We can cut taxes for workers so you keep more of your own money. We can pay teachers what they deserve and open up doors of opportunities for our children. We can expand career and technical education because you shouldn't have to go to college to provide for your own family. To build this brighter future, we must put aside our differences and work together. We must reject the politics of division, fear, and hate that keep us from finding common ground. We will go further when we go together, not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as independents, but as North Carolinians. And I know we can do this because I know who we are. I have met so many inspiring people across this state. Debbie and Cornelius, who tragically lost her son to fentanyl and is fighting to protect other families from that same fate. Lauren, a teacher in Greenville, who digs into her own pocket to buy school supplies for her students to give them a better chance. I want to thank everyone I have met along the way for sharing your stories with me. And to the thousands and thousands of people from every corner of this state who helped to build this campaign, I am forever grateful for your support. Thank you for believing in the promise of North Carolina. And if I didn't earn your vote in this election, I hope to earn your trust by working hard for you as your governor. I pledge to listen and work across party lines to do what's right for North Carolina because no person or party has a monopoly on good ideas. To all of the smart and smart aleck young people on my campaign, thank you for the long days and late nights. Thank you for the hard and high quality work, and thank you for the laughter along the way. They, by the way, are incredible. I also want to thank Governor Cooper. Let's give that man the hand that he deserves. Roy Cooper has led our state with a steady hand through an unprecedented global pandemic, a 1,000-year storm in the West, and 2 500-year floods in the East. He expanded Medicaid, strengthened our business climate, and fought for our public schools. Roy, I could not be more grateful for your service and your friendship, and do not even think about changing your cell phone number on me. My parents, Adam and Jane, raised my brother Eric and my sister Gerda to try to do what is right, just like they did. It's truly one of the best gifts that parents can give to their children. I want to thank them, and I hate that my dad got a bug yesterday working early voting, and so they're watching it here on TV. Let's all say thank you, Adam and Jane. To my wife, Anna, known as a rock star. Thank you for being the glue that keeps our family together, for keeping me focused on the things that really matter, and for being you. She is going to be a remarkable First Lady.
And you've been listening to Josh Stein, the Democratic governor-elect in North Carolina. You can see the rest of this on our website at cspan.org. Right now, we're going to go to Wisconsin. The Republican nominee for Senate, Eric Hovde, is speaking. We want to hear what he has to say.
Till tomorrow or late tonight, when many of you have left and went home and went to bed, I'll float in and out of here. I have to go back to the war room, see what's happening. It's too early to tell, but there's some good signs that we've seen in Georgia, hopefully in Pennsylvania soon. It all comes down to turnout. I've been saying the last, couple weeks and certainly the last few days. If our side gets out and brings their friends and family, we'll have a great night. So, folks, have some fun, party, have a great time, and let's hope for a victory tonight. And thank you, everyone, from the bottom of me and Sharon's heart. We couldn't do it. We could not do it without you. We could not do it without you. Oh, and real quickly, I could not walk off this stage without recognizing a few other people that mean so much to me. First, my family. Come on up. My two daughters and my granddaughters and son-in-law. Come on. You know, this is why I've gone through this. And it's not just for them, it's all our children and grandchildren. Aren't these too cute? I know I'm biased. So, my older daughter, Carlin, my son-in-law, Tommy, and my younger daughter, Britta, so grateful for them. And then I would also like to recognize I've had the greatest team.
And that's Republican Senate nominee Eric Hovde speaking to supporters up in Wisconsin. Not a victory, not a concession, just a wait-and-see speech. Let's check in with Greta Bronner here on C-SPAN.
We have more wins to go through from the Associated Press in this presidential contest, beginning with the state of North Dakota. 6% of the vote in the Associated Press says that Donald Trump is the winner tonight in the state of North Dakota. Moving on to South Dakota, and the Associated Press is also saying that the former president wins tonight. 2% of the vote in, 3 electoral college votes at stake, and he is declared the winner. In Louisiana, the Associated Press is also calling this race for the former president. Moving on to Wyoming. Now, there is no data in yet in Wyoming, but the Associated Press feels comfortable enough with their VoteCast survey and other data that they have received to say that the former president has won. Also as a factor is past elections. And in 2020, President Trump won Wyoming by more than 40 points. Moving on to the state of Ohio there, and the former president also gets a win in the state of Ohio. This is a big haul, 17 electoral votes in the state of Ohio, and he gets a check next to his name there. And in the state of Texas, moving on to that state as well, you can see that the Associated Press has called the former president the winner there. Also a red state, 60% of the vote in Texas. We'll move on to the state of New York. And this one tonight has been called for the vice president with 33% of the vote in. So she gets those 28 electoral college votes in her column. Remember, we're keeping track of the electoral college tally on the left of your screen, and that is where you can see the total as these states are called by the Associated Press throughout the evening. Peter?
Well, about 20 states have been called so far by the Associated Press. You can see this at cspan.org/results. And there is a national map there. And when they go bright red or bright blue, that means that they have been called by the Associated Press. Those states in light blue and in light red have not been called. The results are too inconclusive at this point to call this, but you can do this yourself. And you can click on each individual state. And if you click on any of those states, all the counties come up. And you can see how many votes have already been cast and counted in that county. So you can track the election yourself in the palm of your hand. 202 is the area code for all of our numbers, 748-8920. If you are supporting Kamala Harris for president, 202-748-8921. If you're supporting Donald Trump for president, all others, you can call in at this number, 202-748-8922, and please send a text message as well, 202-748-8903. If you do send a text message talking about the issues, the election, the candidates, what the process was like for you, please include your city and your first name if you would. Let's return to your voices, and let's hear from Mike in Fort Lauderdale. Mike?
Hello, can you hear me?
We're listening. Who'd you vote for?
All right. I voted for Randall Terry, Constitution Party.
And why did you vote for Mr. Terry?
Basically, I disapproved of the major party candidates this time around. And I also wanted to mention my primary reason for calling is to support something called approval voting. You mentioned ranked choice voting, but I wanted to support approval voting as an alternative method. It's easier to implement, easier to cast your ballots, and it has, a better, in terms of just overall fairness of the.
Hey, Mike, how does approval voting work?
Okay. Great question. So basically, rather than ranking the candidates, you just check which candidates you approve of. So it's either a yes or no for each of the candidates. But basically, it allows you to express approval for more than one candidate, but you also have to think, is this a candidate I'm willing to compromise for? And it would tend, particularly in a presidential election, to allow for compromise candidates to have more of an advantage. And I think that would be good for the country.
Is that used anywhere?
Well, I know in this election, the only, I think there's a mayor's race in St. Louis that used it. If not this election, a recent election.
Okay.
And I know, and as far as there's actually an approval voting party in Colorado, where that's kind of where it's centered. Unfortunately, I couldn't vote for that party on my ballot, but.
Hey, Mike, you said you voted for Randall Terry of the Constitution Party. Is this the same Randall Terry who's been very active and anti-abortion?
About all night long. In 2019, the black vote in Georgia is one to watch tonight. Moving on to the state of North Carolina. As we told you, Barack Obama, the last Democrat to win that state in 2008. This is where it stands right now. 59% of the vote in. The former president leads 51% to nearly 48% for the vice president. And then going on to Pennsylvania. And for one of these candidates to reach 270, Pennsylvania is pivotal. 28% of the vote in. This is where it stands right now. Michigan, the other battleground state here of one of the seven that we've been talking about all night long. 13% of the vote in. 15 electoral votes are at stake. Obama won it in 2012 by 9 points. In 2020, Biden won by 150,000 votes. In 2016, the former president won Michigan by 11,000 votes. Let's go on to the state of Virginia. This is one where Republicans were thinking they may have a chance here. 13 electoral votes are at stake. Republicans talking about it being a swing state. But as we've said, President Biden won this in 2020, 57% of the vote in. This is where it stands right now with the former president, just a slight lead. This could be a red mirage. Moving on to Wisconsin, the polls just closed at 9 p.m. Eastern time in Wisconsin. 19% of the vote is in. And you just heard from Eric Hovde, who's running in that Wisconsin race, that it's going to be a long night. And so that'll be the same for the presidential contest as well. Those are the swing states, the closely watched races in the presidential contest that we'll keep an eye on all night. Why? Because it was so tight in 2020. Look at the winning margins in each of the 7 battleground states in 2020. President Biden won Arizona by just over 10,000 votes. And in Georgia, over 11,000 votes. In Michigan, as we said, over 150,000 votes. And in Nevada, he won by almost 34,000 votes. Now take a look at the other 3 remaining swing states from the 2020 margins. This is from ABC News. North Carolina went to the former president in 2020 by over 74,000 votes. Biden won Pennsylvania. As we told you, that's pivotal to getting to 270, and he won it by over 81,000 votes. And then in the state of Wisconsin, Biden won the Badger State by over 20,000 votes in 2020. Those were the winning margins from 4 years ago, and that is why these are battleground states. We do have another race called in the Senate contest in Maryland. Angela Alsobrooks, who was running for Ben Cardin's seat against the very popular Governor Larry Hogan. She is declared the winner tonight in the blue state of Maryland, 52% of the vote in. Peter?
And Greta and I will be here until 3 a.m. At that point, we will continue to give you results and speeches and call-ins. And then the Washington Journal tomorrow morning is a 5-hour program. So 17 hours in total of live election night coverage. Want to hear from you throughout the evening. We'll put the numbers up on the screen. Cassandra is in Phoenix, a Kamala Harris supporter. Hi, Cassandra.
Hi. I just wanted to call in. I appreciate your guys' coverage. That's impartial. And it's been nice hearing everyone's views. And I think the biggest thing too, which is what I was feeling, is that we're really not being heard. I think it's why a lot of people are coming in with ranked choice voting, kind of celebrating that, or maybe other options to try and just get our voices heard. I also think it's why people are feeling so strongly on things. I've always been a blue voter, honestly. I registered Republican because that's how I grew up. And my first election, I voted for Obama. So I decided to stick with it. And I've lived in Republican areas and Democrat areas. And it's really just been... and I get why people maybe are switching parties, because nothing seems to really have changed. I think maybe getting a lot of dark money out of our elections, which both candidates are kind of have used, especially in this election, it will certainly help us get our voices heard. But my main issue, honestly, is for abortion. I'm really hoping, too, that even if for some reason Harris doesn't win in Arizona, that we have Prop 139 kind of enshrine that right in our Constitution.
Yeah, that was on your ballot this year, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's correct. I'm really hoping that passes, because either way, our states do have rights, no matter who ends up being the majority party in power. So I'm hoping that comes through.
Hey, Cassandra, being a battleground state, how would you describe that experience?
It's kind of interesting, just because I have a lot of family who's also voting Republican, and people that I know and work with. I think you can always tell it's almost kind of like the same version that voter in Alaska had, where it's, you try and keep it, to yourself mostly, unless you're really going out there and campaigning. Try and keep the peace, but I'm really hoping too that if for some reason there's some discrepancy with voting, that everyone stays safe, because it can get pretty heated. So I definitely went in 2 weeks beforehand and cast my vote, because I don't want to be at the voting offices today. So. And
what do you do out in Phoenix?
I actually sell insurance and service insurance policies.
Cassandra, thanks for spending a few minutes with us. We appreciate your watching. Up next is Harold. Harold is in Chatham, New York, a Trump supporter. Hi, Harold.
Hi. How you doing?
Why are you calling?
Yeah, I today I fight for Donald Trump. He says he's going to lower the gas price and he's going to trying to cut the gas price down. I trust Donald Trump before I trust. I don't trust Joe Biden. Come here, they want to raise it up, jack high. That's why my wife I get $125 with the food stamp because Joe Biden is low. It's going up, and come here, it's going up.
All right. Harold, really appreciate your calling in and watching C-SPAN tonight. Thank you. Greta Bronner, what do you have?
Heard from some of our viewers tonight that reproductive rights is what drove them to the polls. As we've said, 10 states had abortion rights measures on the ballots this election cycle, and there have been races called, or ballot initiatives called by the Associated Press in 3 states. Let's begin with that Florida one. We talked about it earlier. Remember, it needed to hit that 60% threshold. The Associated Press is saying it will not get there. And so Florida voters have opposed this right to abortion ballot initiative this time around. And as we said, the governor, Ron DeSantis, was really fighting against this ballot initiative in the state of Florida. Then moving on to Maryland and their abortion ballot initiative there, you can see that it passed 74 to 26%. The Associated Press saying that Maryland voters have agreed with the right to abortion in that state. That also likely helped Angela Alsobrooks in that Senate race become the victor over Larry Hogan. Moving on to New York, where there was also a abortion ballot initiative for folks to check off, and 72% of voters with 32% in checked yes. So the Associated Press is saying that is now approved by voters in the state of New York. A total of 10 states had abortion ballot initiatives on the ballot for voters, and it was a lot of, there they are on your screen, a lot of money spent on in favor and in opposition to these ballot initiatives. Take a look at this from the Associated Press, put together by Axios, and you can see the the money raised by abortion rights and anti-abortion groups. Total $161 million spent for these ballot initiatives, while only $24 million spent against. Peter?
And we're going to continue to take your calls and get results. And when the speeches come in, the concessions and the victories, we'll go to those live as well. Ryan is in Chicago. Ryan, good evening to you. Who'd you vote for?
Good evening. How you doing?
How are you?
I'm doing good. First of all, I just want to say the fact that you guys are staying up till 3 a.m. doing this is awesome. You're doing the Lord's work. Thank you, because this is a tough day. And also, I wanted to say right off the top, everyone that's calling in that's a third-party candidate, I think it's so amazing that even though their vote is in some ways symbolic, because unfortunately we only have 2 major parties, they know so much about the issues and they are so on top of the things that they care about that if we actually had a viable third party and we had people that were that invested in the candidates, this country would be much better off because they really pay attention to what's going on. And I respect that. But
I just want to agree. I want to agree with you on that. We had Aaron in Richmond, and then we had our friend from Fort Lauderdale call in, and both knew exactly how they felt about issues and very specifically why.
Yes, yeah. And it's great because they're standing up for principle, even though they know that statistically they're probably not going to win. I love that. I voted for Kamala. And I'm calling in because I wanted to ask you guys if you want to talk about it, or callers can talk about it. Basically, talking about like the future of conversation in this country, because as I see it, when you look at someone like Donald Trump, and this is, no disrespect to the people that voted for him, but he's observably stupid. And he says he constantly lies, and he constantly talks in a way where it sounds like he does not know what he's talking about. It sounds like somebody who did not read a book, and then they're asked to summarize the book. And when you talk to people that vote for him, some people have very basic talking points that they don't focus on any of his policies or any of the things that he says. They basically just say, well, I'm not happy with what is happening right now in this country. And so he's a good businessman and he's going to make things better. And then when you bring up things like, well, he was caught in this lie, or he's a convicted felon, or yada, yada, you don't really get anywhere in a conversation. So I'm just wondering what you guys think, as we move forward, if verifiable facts do not matter, how do we vote as a people, and how do we reach people that are kind of confused on certain issues if people can just brush aside something that is verifiably true and that has just facts behind it, but yet people can kind of brush it off like, well, I didn't see it, so I don't pay attention to it. I
Ryan, we appreciate it. Thanks for that thought provoker. What do you do in Chicago?
I'm a writer.
What kind of writer?
Creative writing, and I also do some more technical writing, but my main thing is creative writing. So that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for calling in. Kevin is next. Kevin is calling in from Pennsylvania on our Support President Trump line. Macungie, did I get it right?
Yeah, somewhat right. How you doing?
How are you? Where's Macungie?
It's on the outskirts of Allentown.
Okay. So, what was the process like for you? What's the election been like for you, Kevin, in a swing state?
It was a bit turbulent, because Pennsylvania, despite being the state, where the country was founded, seems like not too many people put thought into it. So, once November comes around, it seems like everybody starts caring.
Was it tense?
A little bit, but I try and stay calm through it.
Yeah.
And I was mostly calm because, I knew I was certain that I was voting for Trump because of two main issues: the cost of items and abortion.
Okay. Kevin, President Trump was there 20 plus times. Did you ever go to a rally?
I have not because, I was busy with work and stuff. But, I wish I did because his rallies, they just seem fun. They seem down to earth. He just seems like a guy that gets people. Though, if I did have the option, though, I would have voted for Mega Man because Dr. Wiley must be stopped.
That's Kevin in Pennsylvania. Rob is next, Dayton, Ohio. A Kamala Harris supporter. Hi, Rob.
How you doing, Peter?
How are you?
Oh, I'm just great.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, so the reason I voted for Kamala Harris is because for me as an Ohioan, I really care about my own rights as an American. And since 2020, what has been talked about is Donald Trump wanting to take away the First Amendment right for news organizations to sue them if he doesn't like the stories that are told about him, wants to take away the Americans' right to free speech when it comes to burning the American flag to protest. So to me, it was all about my rights as an American and about other Americans' rights to protest, for the news to do their job, and stuff like that.
Now, Rob, did you vote straight Democratic? There's been some talk that Mike Turner, the congressman from Dayton, might be in a close race.
No, actually, I'm actually a registered Republican. I voted for Mike Turner.
Really? And you voted for Kamala Harris and Mike Turner.
Yep. I also voted for Sherrod Brown.
And Sherrod Brown. Okay. You're all over the board. What do you do there in Dayton?
Oh, I'm an electrician. I'm an industrial and commercial electrician.
Who did you support 4 years ago?
4 years ago, I supported Joseph Biden, and 4 years before that, I supported Donald Trump.
Rob, thanks for calling in and sharing a little bit with us. Let's check back in with Greta Brawner.
Let's go through some races that have been called in the Senate. These are safe Republican incumbent seats, beginning with Mississippi. Roger Wicker will get a fourth term in the U.S. Senate. Moving on to Nebraska. This is a race between Dan Osborne, or this is the Pete Ricketts race. This is the special election in Nebraska. Pete Ricketts was appointed to this seat for Ben Sasse when he left. The governor appointed Pete Ricketts to fill out the remainder of his seat, and now a special election to do the rest of the Sasse term. And Pete Ricketts is able to do that tonight. Moving on to North Dakota, the race has been called there. Kevin Cramer wants a second term in the Senate, and he gets it tonight. The Associated Press declares him the winner. And then in Tennessee, in this Senate race, again, this is safe Republican incumbent seat, Senator Marsha Blackburn. She gets a second term in the Senate. And then in the state of Wyoming, the Associated Press doesn't have any data in, but they feel comfortable putting the check mark next to Republican Senator John Barrasso. John Barrasso, for our C-SPAN junkies, they know that he is challenging other Republican senators to become the leader of the party in the Senate, because Mitch McConnell is planning to step down from that leadership post when the new Congress reconvenes in January. Let's go to Missouri. The presidential race has been called there. 26% of the vote in. Here's the percentages right now. And Donald Trump gets a check mark tonight. Peter?
202 is the area code. 748-8920 if you support Kamala Harris. 202-748-8921 if you support Donald Trump.
No, we were.
All others, 202-748-8922. And text messages. If you want to send in a text, we'll be looking at those as well. 202-748-8903. Please include your first name and your city if you would. Let's hear from Michael in Sparta, New Jersey. Michael, good evening to you. Who is your candidate of choice?
Good evening, and thank you for C-SPAN. I actually abstained from voting at the top of the ticket just because I wasn't happy with either of the choices, and it doesn't really matter in New Jersey. But the main reason I wanted to call in was to share what's going on in the betting markets, since that's legal now. Since the start of the polls closing, it looks like Trump has shot up like by a huge amount. He's up now 71 to 29. And that's based
Michael,
out of like a 50
Michael, what does that mean?
They both started at 50 cents.
Michael, does that mean that President Trump is favored in the betting markets?
Yeah, so since about 3 hours ago, he just started shooting up, and it's usually reflective of some kind of inside information, just judging from prior elections. So I'm just curious as to what's going on there.
And I apologize, I'm making you the expert because you're the one who brought it up. What is a betting market? How broad is this? Is this 3 people or is this 3 million people? And who can place these bets? Michael?
I'm sorry, I think the phone is breaking up.
Okay, I apologize, Michael. We're going to have to let you go at this point because don't want to hold you up. We're going to go back to Greta Brawner in just a minute. I do want to point out at cspan.org/results, if you go there, you get the magic wall in your palm. It is a map, and it is a map, an electoral map of the United States. You see the whole thing there. Go on to this, and you can click on every individual state, and as the Associated Press calls the states, they will turn it either bright blue or bright red. The ones that are light blue and light red, that means they're in, that candidate is leading, but they have not been called as far as results go. You can also look at the individual House and counties and Senate races, and it's in real time. It's a terrific tool, and recommend you go there, cspan.org/results. And let's see if Melissa in Jonesboro, Arkansas can hear us. Melissa, can you hear us?
Well, just barely. Of all the nights to have your phone go crazy on you. I'm just glad that Donald Trump's going to win this election and we can finally get out of this poverty-stricken attitude that we all have and maybe have a steak and baked potato. How you doing tonight?
That's Melissa in Jonesboro, Arkansas, having a steak and baked potato. We appreciate your calling in. It is 10 p.m. here on the East Coast. Polls are closing. Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. Utah has a Senate and governor's race. Nevada has a Senate race. Montana, Senate race and governor. And we want to check in with Greta Brawner.
Let's look at those competitive states in this presidential contest, beginning again with Georgia. This is one of those battleground states that folks have been watching this whole election. Just with 80% of the vote in, want to show you where things stand now. 16 electoral votes are at stake in the Peach State. A reminder, President Biden won by 12,000 votes in 2020. Moving on to North Carolina in the Tar Heel State, 16 electoral votes here in the Tar Heel State. The last 3 elections have been decided by less than 4 points and just 1 point in 2020. Going to Pennsylvania, again, this is 19 electoral votes, the biggest electoral vote prize. The winner might only need 2 other battleground states if they snag Pennsylvania. 2016, Trump won 48 to 47%, 44,000 votes, over 44,000 votes, became the first GOP presidential candidate to win since 1988. 2020, Biden won 50 to 48.8%, or over 80,000 votes. Moving on to the next battleground state of Michigan. This is 15 electoral votes. Democrats have won every contest but one. That was in 2016, since 1992. That year, the former president won 11,000 votes, or 0.2 points. By comparison, President Obama won in 2012 by 9 points. This is where it stands right now, 15 electoral votes in Michigan, and you can see where the vote is, 16% in. Another state that is interesting tonight is Virginia, and we want to give you another update on the state of Virginia, where it is right now with 61% of the vote in. And you can see that the former president is leading by less than 2 percentage points, 13 electoral votes. President Biden won this in 2020. So we'll keep an eye on Virginia tonight to see if it stays blue or not. Let's go on to Wisconsin. The polls closed there an hour ago, 35% of the vote in, and you can see how neck and neck it is right now between these two, the former president and the vice president there. This will take a long time in Wisconsin. 35% of the vote in if it stays this tight. Moving on to Iowa. Ann Seltzer, she put out a poll over the weekend that many of you probably heard about. It showed a competitive race in the red state of Iowa. The queen of outlier polls, as she is known, had the vice president up by 3 points among likely voters, driven by the strength of independent women who told Seltzer in this poll that they were backing the vice president by a 28-point margin. Look at where it stands right now, how close this is in the state of Iowa with 29% of the vote in. Peter?
Greta Brawner, thank you. We'll check in a little bit later. Evan McMorris Santoro of Notice, News of the United States, reporter there, has rejoined us after a little break. We appreciate your coming back, Evan. Now, I was trying to keep up with Greta. Again, I'm on our magic wall, cspan.org/results. You get this map. It's phenomenal. When she talked about Virginia, I went to Virginia. Fairfax County, the big county for the Democrats, 72% of the vote has already been counted from there. But then you go down to Virginia Beach, only 30% has been counted. That tends to be a Republican area. Went to Polk County, Iowa, Des Moines. And most of the vote, 97% of the vote is in, or 87% of the vote is already in Polk County. And Kamala Harris is leading 55-43. Most of the other counties have not been counted at this point.
Well, that's a Democratic vote in Iowa if,
Polk County is.
Polk is where it is.
Yeah.
And so if that number's not very high, it does not bode well for that Seltzer poll down the line. The Virginia stuff, again, we're waiting for results to come in. But if those numbers hold, even if they stay where they are and Harris wins it, but by this narrow number that it's where it's at now, would be a huge change. That would be a very different election than we were expecting even just a couple of days ago. The Seltzer poll really is an interesting question. It is an outlier. It was a very different poll than anybody else really had. There was some conversation around that, but we'll see. But those Polk numbers, again, a lot more numbers to come in. We're waiting, until the AP has called it, that's what we're waiting for. But those numbers do not look great for that poll.
Let's check back in with Greta.
Let's look at the presidential contest in the state of Montana. This is a red state. The president has won this by double-digit margins. The former president has in previous cycles. 2% of the vote in, and the president is being called tonight the winner in Montana. Going on to the state of Utah, the Associated Press has also called this race in Utah 6 electoral votes at stake, and you can see that the president is declared the winner by the Associated Press there. The Associated Press has also called this Utah Senate race. Mitt Romney decided not to run for re-election. John Curtis, the Republican there, will take over for Mitt Romney. This stays a Republican seat in the U.S. Senate.
Greta, thank you. We will be back to check in with you later. Evan McMorris Santoro, you were able to take a break for about 45 minutes and do your own work for Notice. What did you write about?
Well, I was checking in with our team. That is, we have reporters all over the country right now. We have a big newsroom here in D.C. that has been covering everything and staying very, very focused. And I was just checking in to see how things are looking. And the Notice newsroom, it looks like the path that Harris was looking for tonight may be narrowing so far. Right. It's still very early, but one of my colleagues who's been running some of these numbers, looking at some of this stuff, was saying that you're looking at Harris really needs those suburban numbers in the Midwest to really come in. And so you look at that Iowa thing. That was the Seltzer was supposed to be some kind of indication of that. We don't know. We don't have votes yet in, but there is a feeling, I think, that some of this stuff is narrowing a bit for Harris at this point in the night. That it looking like a much like a better night for Trump than for Harris so far. But things are very, very close, And so this is what we're checking. I was just checking in to see sort of what was the kind of vibe, if you will, how people were feeling about this. And that feeling right now is that this path is narrowing for Harris at the moment.
Greta Brawner has more results.
The Associated Press is calling the state of Delaware in the Senate race there for Lisa Blunt Rochester, the congresswoman. She will take over for Tom Carper, who is retiring after serving several terms in the U.S. Senate. They've also called a race in the Delaware House seat there. This one is an interesting one. Sarah McBride, the Democrat, with 85% of the vote in, is the winner of this Delaware seat. She's on track to become the first trans member of Congress. She spoke at the Democratic National Convention at age 25, published a memoir at 27, and won a Delaware State Senate seat at 30, and now she's making history again tonight. Peter?
And on our companion network, Book TV, Sarah McBride's memoir is featured. So if you go to booktv.org tomorrow or at some point, type in Sarah McBride up in the search engine, and you'll be able to watch her talk about her life. Bill is calling in from Brunswick, Ohio, supporter of President Trump. Right, Bill?
Yeah, hi. I think you've been hacked. I can't hear you guys.
Great. Appreciate that, Bill. All right. Diane in Mansfield, Ohio, can you hear me?
No, it's actually been breaking up since Greta a couple of times ago, right after the third time.
Great. Appreciate that. We will work on that issue as well.
Do I stay on the line or call back?
Just go ahead and stay on the line. I am going to put you on hold, though, because I don't want you to have to listen to all this.
That's cool.
All this going on here.
That's cool. I appreciate it.
All right.
Interesting interview with her as well that you can read at notice.org. Get some more information on that person. It's interesting night. This is one of those things where this is one of these historic wins that not long ago would have been very surprising, if almost unbelievable to see. But now this person is going to be in Congress in the middle of a world where we are really having a very, vociferous debate in the country about trans rights. And now a trans person will be in Congress to talk about that with those other legislators, who are doing that. So it could be very interesting, very interesting to keep an eye on.
All right, let's go to the callers. Now, we might not be able to interact like we usually do, but we want to hear what you have to say. Diane in Mansfield, Ohio, tell us what you want to say.
All right. Well, actually, it's kind of ironic. My daughter is trans, but that's not why I was calling. I'm only partially listening to results. I have you guys on, but on closed caption. But it's been so stressful and exhausting this last 2 years, I just can't take it. And I just am waiting to learn if Sherrod Brown won our state, which I'm hoping he will, but the prez won't be known for a few days. Bernie Moreno. We used to be a swing state, but then we got gerrymandered out the wazoo, so now we're a red state. But gerrymandering is our issue one this time, and that's very important. But I want to tell people about Bernie Moreno. He's your typical ultra-rich guy from ultra-rich parents from Bogota, Colombia. They came to America at 5, and he became a citizen at 18. Easy Wikipedia research. Anyway, I'm actually watching A Day Without a Mexican, or Without Mexicans, on YouTube, which is not a typical streaming platform I use, other than music. I'm so amused. This movie is over 20 years old, and they are still using the same boogeyman shtick they were 20 years ago to scare the heebie-jeebies out of those of you who only have one policy that you are voting on, which is immigration. And I don't know if anybody told you, but you guys were the ones that said you didn't want to approve it. because of whatever reason, but we know what it was. Anyway, you just can't make this stuff up. And I'm just watching a day without a Mexican, and I thought I'd just call you and give you a movie review. Hope you watch it.
That's Diane in
Bye-bye.
Mansfield, Ohio. Greta Bronner, what do you have?
Another race. Let's look at the state of Colorado. The Associated Press has said that the vice president wins this race tonight. It'll be in the blue column with 10 electoral votes in the blue column for the vice president.
Tony, Trenton, New Jersey. Please go ahead and tell us why you called in.
Yes, hi.
Tony, we are listening. Please go ahead and tell us why you called in.
I just want to sort of talk about the Democratic Party and they sort of almost have this loss coming to them. All that Kamala had to do was sort of declare this arms embargo, or at least show a more favorable position towards the Palestinians. And she ended up sort of alienating a good chunk of Muslim voters in Michigan. And that's going to prove very crucial, and that's probably going to contribute more towards her loss. Obviously, it's very early in the race. It's too soon to tell, but it's not looking as good as perhaps a lot of Democrats were expecting. And I just want to say that, she should have adopted a more favorable position in that respect. She shouldn't have aired two different ads, one favorable to Israel in Pennsylvania and one favorable to Palestinians in Michigan that went over like the lead balloon like it should have. So this is going to be really a referendum on, the approval of the way the Democrats were handling their foreign policy and the way that, people feel about that in these crucial swing states.
Thank you, sir, for calling in. Evan McMorris Santoro, when you looked at the exit polls that the cable networks were giving, economy, democracy, abortion, immigration on a second tier, the Israel-Gaza conflict did not appear necessarily.
But that passion that we've talked about earlier and that uncommitted movement that really animated a lot of people, especially, it's not just the Arab American voters, it's younger voters. The challenge for those voters really is that they are almost sort of politically homeless at this point. There is not actually a candidate, a major party candidate, that is offering them sort of what they are interested in hearing, right? And so a lot of them, when it came to voting, were telling me that they were going to maybe vote for a third-party candidate. My colleague Tinashe over at Notice reported on Jill Stein grabbing a lot of those voters. We heard from a third-party voter earlier tonight that was voting on that issue. It's an issue that where the Democrats lost these people. They could have had them, but they did lose them because they're not offering them sort of policies that they want. But the Republicans also are not, right? And so, and this is one of those things where, as you say, it's probably not the key motivating factor for most voters in America. It really isn't. And I think that's another thing that frustrates people who are very passionate about this issue, and it's not the number one thing on other people's agenda. But in a sense of trying to unite the Democratic Party, which is was the most important job that Kamala Harris has, right, as the Democratic nominee, was trying to rebuild that coalition that Biden used to beat Trump in 2020. And this has always been the kind of chunk that she has not been able to bring fully back in. And so when you hear, and people are going to wonder a lot about why that is or what these people are thinking. That caller, the previous callers have talked about this, the passion of it, that's why. Because people are very, very moved by this. Those who are, right? And as you say, it's not everybody, but those who are really, really moved by it.
Let's hear from Greta Bronner.
We want to check in on some competitive House races. You were talking with Kirk Beto earlier about Iowa's 1st congressional district. This is a rematch tonight in a potential Democratic pickup. And in a rematch from 2022, Democrats also are hoping that State Rep Christina Bohannon can unseat the sophomore here, Representative Marionette Miller Meeks, in Iowa's 1st congressional district. You can see, though, that the incumbent has a lead at this point with 15% of the vote in. Moving on to Iowa's 3rd congressional district. This is also a potential pickup. Democrat Lenon Bacom is running against Representative Zach Nunn, the incumbent. Bacom is the son of refugees and a veteran of the Afghanistan war. And you can see he has a lead over Republican incumbent Congressman Zach Nunn at this point with 69% of the vote in. Another hot race that we're watching is Colorado's 8th district. And this one tonight at 65% in, you can see the incumbent there with just a slight lead. We'll keep an eye on those three races. Peter?
We haven't really gotten an indication yet, have we, Evan, who's going to take control of the House?
No, we're waiting on that. And that's one of the ones we may take a very long time to find out, given how long some of these places take to count their ballots and how few seats there are, to make this balance happen. But we have a lot of runway to go there. I think that what we're seeing, though, it's interesting to see incumbents struggling. That's none of the sort of storyline we learned on the trail, on the road, talking to people around. There is a lot of even though we know how elections work, that the vast majority of incumbents are going to remain in their jobs. It's the way it goes in American politics most of the time. There was a real feeling I would get on the road and feeling I would get on the ground of whatever bums there we can find, we can throw out, we want to throw out. And we'll see how that plays out as this goes on. But again, it's super early, and the House races, just like everything else, you got to wait and see what the results are. But looking at some of this, it's just interesting to see these two incumbents back-to-back struggling. It's not surprising given some of that conversation.
And one of those key Senate races is in Montana. Tim Sheehy, John Tester, the incumbent. Montana's polls close in about 40 minutes, and along with Nevada, which also has a Senate race going on there. Let's hear from Bill in Upper Marlboro, Maryland, here in the suburbs of Washington. Bill, why did you call in? Tell us.
I thank you for taking my call, number one. I voted for Trump. I'm a farmer. And I voted for Trump because of economics. My chemical prices have went from $12,000 to $43,000 over the last 3 years. The same amount. Politically, I voted for Trump because there's 17 kids on my street in different houses, and all of them have been taken out of school and being homeschooled or sent to private schools. I don't know what Kamala Harris or what the Democratic Party is really thinking. But I think if they really ask farmers, they're about to put us all out of business. Thank you for taking my call.
That's Bill in Upper Marlboro, Maryland, inflation and education.
And that rural vote that we're talking about, which is a place where early on, again, we're waiting for all the results to come in, but early on we are seeing Trump really overperforming his previous numbers in those rural areas. That's that rural-urban divide that's really defined a lot of politics right now. This is not a surprising thing to hear from a farmer, that they are very passionately supporting Trump.
Greta Bronner.
As we've talked about tonight, the Senate is on the line with the balance of power there. Democrats have a 2-seat majority. They did not have a favorable map this time around. They had to defend 23 seats, while Republicans were only defending 11. Let's take a look at some of those competitive races, starting with Ohio. Democrat Sherrod Brown, the incumbent, trailing right now behind Republican Bernie Moreno, 76% of the vote in. Now, state has been called for President Trump, a red state, and the incumbent Sherrod Brown trailing there. He's seeking a 4th term in the Senate. Moving on to Pennsylvania, look at the race right now. It's tied up between Dave McCormick and Bob Casey. With 15 days to go, this race changed from toss-up to lean Democrat, but you can see how competitive it is in Pennsylvania. Just 0.3 percentage points dividing these two tonight with 52% of the vote in. So we're going to keep our eye on that one as well. Moving on to Michigan, and this is the open seat left open by the retirement of Senator Debbie Stabenow. Alyssa Slotkin, the congresswoman running against the former congressman Mike Rogers, 20% of the vote in, and this is where it stands right now. Texas. This is a race where Democrats were hoping maybe they could pick off Republican Senator Ted Cruz and help them keep the majority in the Senate. 68% of the vote in, and right now Ted Cruz is in the lead over the congressman and former NFL star Colin Allred, the Democratic the Democratic congressman there. And then finally in the state of Wisconsin, this one too close to call, and it might stay that way for a very long time. 48% of the vote in, and you can say it's nearly tied there in the state of Wisconsin. A lot of money being poured in to these close Senate races. Take a look at Open Secrets data. These are the most expensive Senate races. The money spent by the candidates and outside groups in the state of Ohio totaling $427 million. In Pennsylvania, $287 million. In Montana, that Senate race that we're watching with Jon Tester, the incumbent, $270 million there. Texas, over $200 million spent on that Texas Senate race. And then in Michigan, over $200 million spent as well. Peter?
Evan McMorris Santoro, we have been talking, and you and I were both kind of watching as Greta went through those, and we were both just like, that's really close. That's really close.
Very close. But I'm also just want to give a shout out to this idea of covering the money that is spent in these races. We don't talk about it enough. I mean, this is unfathomable sums of money that are going into all these races now. It wasn't that long ago that the idea of a number even approaching this would have been something you couldn't even imagine, really, in some of these Senate races. But you're seeing it now, places where they're running out of, there's just no more inventory to buy in advertising because they've bought all the ads they can buy, that kind of thing. Look, again, it's early. We don't know all the numbers yet. We don't know what all the results are. That Wisconsin number that's bad news for Democrats. They do not want that Wisconsin.
The tide
well,
race.
The tide is
pretty. The Hovde Baldwin race seemed, I think it was tied. I don't know if we can pull up that.
It's close, but that got close. That's not so if you think about Ohio was always sort of a tougher slog for them. It seems like a tough slog. Wisconsin is a very important state for Democrats. You know, it's part of their sort of presidential plan as well. Tammy Baldwin is an incumbent. This all closed very fast for them. This idea that Baldwin was in trouble happened sort of very quickly. It was not a storyline through most of the election cycle. And, that is borne out here. But this is an incumbent that was not one they were super worried about at the beginning. And now it's looking very like anybody could win it. But again, there's a lot of time, there's a lot of votes and stuff to come in. But when you look at those numbers, those are things that were not on the radar screen not that long ago.
And Bernie Moreno with a 5 or 6 point lead over Sherrod Brown with 60+% of the vote in.
Yeah, I mean, Brown is another one of these incumbents who's been very capable of winning even as his party, as a Democrat, even as his party, as his state, rather, has shifted to the Republican direction, right? I mean, this is what we're going to see with Jon Tester as well in Montana, because this is a guy who has defied the odds so many times and remained the senator from Montana. The polls look like this may not be the one. This is it's a much tougher map this year. Things are really hard this year. But you look at somebody like Brown. That was a tough race. It's a tough race. We don't know all the answers yet, but the fact that he is kind of like struggling or having a hard time there in these early numbers, before we know, that is sort of what we expected months ago, the beginning of the cycle. The Baldwin thing is relatively new, and that's something important to think about. Like, again, we don't know all the answers, but when you look at these numbers, that's something that is pretty meaningful in terms of how the Democrats are going to think about tonight and what they're looking at, and how, you've heard the callers. There's a little bit more exhaustion, a little bit more frustration from the Democratic callers. Baldwin, the numbers like the Baldwin or what?
Well, let's return to Greta.
As expected, the District of Columbia, which was rated as safe, Harris tonight was called for her 3 electoral votes. Why does the District of Columbia get electoral votes? It's because of the ratification of the 23rd Amendment in 1961. The electoral votes are doled out based on congressional districts and the 2 Senate seats for each state. Because of the ratification there in 1961, then 535 became 538 electoral votes total. Tonight, happening in D.C., the vice president will be delivering remarks from there tonight. We'll see if it's a victory or concession speech, but there she is. That's the headquarters there for the Harris campaign in D.C. at Howard University, her alma mater, and you can see the crowd has gathered already there here in D.C. Peter?
Next call is Taylor in Jacksonville, Florida, a supporter of Kamala Harris. Taylor, tell us what you wanted to call in and talk about.
Hi, I've been in support of Harris, and I voted from Florida. I guess I'm just a bit upset about the whole supermajority for Amendment 4 and abortion rights. Currently, I believe that the current threshold makes it just far too easy for a vocal minority to block changes that reflect the will of the majority. So in the case of abortion, if the majority of Floridians approve or support of access to reproductive rights, it just still feels like this could be denied. And it's frustrating to see that come up, especially given just everything that's been going on with our state. It just seems even if we do speak and share our voice, it takes 60%. So like I said, the supermajority to get anything across. And it's been very frustrating being a Floridian and also voting blue.
Thank you, Taylor, for calling in. Yeah, Greta showed us those polls or the results a little bit earlier. It was at 57%, I believe.
Yeah.
And you need a 60% margin to make that happen. But this, again, was a state that is voting for President Trump, Rick Scott, and 57% for pro-choice amendments.
That's right. And I think, the lesson from that is that actually, and I think that we'll see how this gets discussed in the coming days, but I think it's dangerous to look at this as like, the first time these abortion rights issues have sort of gone the Republicans' way in a while. Maybe something different is happening. If you're a Republican looking at those numbers, you're like, this is not a great, this is not a great thing. 57% of the electorate, people who turned out to vote for me, also voted for this amendment. I mean, giving numbers like that. 60% is a tough margin. I'm not completely sure of what the intricacies of Florida's choices with having a 60% margin on a ballot initiative is, but you can understand why somebody who would be frustrated that they won 57% of the vote and it doesn't count, right? That you can understand why that would be tough. But it also is that thing that it still shows that this issue is a very potent one, because even in a state where Republicans are having a very good night on this issue, they are still only 3 points away from being, from not succeeding in this thing. There are a lot of people in Florida who would like to see things different when it comes to this issue, who also are voting Republican. And the question, this is a question for the future for those Republicans there. Can they keep them around? Is this going to be a problem for them? But that's a very interesting result because of that. It really just speaks to how potent this issue has been in politics since that Dobbs decision.
We are a half hour away from more polls closing, and that will be Montana, Nevada, and Utah. They close at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Next call is Alexis in New York City. Hi.
Hey, good evening.
Alexis, if you could tell us why you called in, we'd appreciate it.
But of course, I've been keeping up with C-SPAN since I was back in high school, and now I'm 33 years old, and I've always voted for Democrat. And so this time around, I decided to go the other way around, and I voted for Donald Trump.
And why was that?
I honestly feel like our country needs a change in direction of, the leadership and the things that we should focus on. I feel like Donald Trump has a great backing, good supporters that have some things that are fundamentally wrong with our country, and I think that they can fix it.
Alexis, where in the city do you live? What borough?
I live downtown Manhattan in the East Village.
And what about your congressman? Did you vote for a Democratic congressman or a Republican candidate?
I did.
You voted for the Republican?
No, excuse me. I voted for the Democrat.
You did, but just at the top of the ticket, you changed your vote. What do you do? What do you do in Manhattan, Alexis?
Well, I work in construction. I build homes.
Good. Alexis, thanks for calling in. We appreciate your watching, and we appreciate the fact that you have kept up with us since you were 18 years old, especially. So thanks for that. Greta Bronner.
An update on the Keystone State, beginning with the presidential contest. Here's where it stands right now. 55% of the vote in, and you can see that Donald Trump is leading the vice president there by 3 percentage points. Let's go to the map on cspan.org/results, and you can see where the votes are coming in. Largely red at the bottom of the state, in the middle, the top. That is more of the rural areas of Pennsylvania. As we said before, though, there could be a red mirage happening here until these large counties around Philly and Pittsburgh, when they start reporting later on in the evening, and then we will see what happens with the percentage is between these two candidates. Let's go back to some more results out of Pennsylvania, the Senate race there, because this is also a competitive one as well. And just to give you an update on those numbers, 56% of the vote in, and this is where it stands, 49.2% for Dave McCormick, the Republican, who's in challenging Democratic incumbent Senator Bob Casey with 48.3%. This is tight, and it'll likely stay that way. Let's also talk about some competitive House races in Pennsylvania, starting with District 7. This is called the swingiest district. NBC News reported it could determine which party controls the House next year, if not the White House. Susan Wild is running for a 4th term, and in 2022, she defeated her opponent 51 to 49% in what was the most expensive race in the in the state of Pennsylvania last time around. Let's look at House District 8 tonight and see where this stands. With 72% of the vote in, you can see that the Democratic incumbent, Matt Cartwright, is leading slightly over the Republican challenger. He's used to competitive, close races and winning. He began his career in Congress in 2013. Finally, let's look at Pennsylvania's 10th congressional district. This is another competitive one that we're keeping our eye on. In mid-October, the Cook Political Report moved the race between GOP incumbent Scott Perry and the Democratic challenger there from lean R to toss-up. In 2022, Perry won re-election by 8 points. The leadership in both parties have been in this district campaigning, hoping to pick up this seat in order to get the majority. So this hotly contested House race is one to watch.
Greta, thank you. We will be back to get more election results as we go, and you can do this yourself. You can chart them as we go throughout the evening at cspan.org/results. You will find a national map, and if you click on any individual state, you will find a county-by-county map there with real-time election results. All the dark red states that you see there have been called for Donald Trump. All the dark blue states that you see there have been called for Kamala Harris. The light blue and the light red are current voting patterns in those states. They have not been called at this point. And if you've been watching this, you can see that Virginia flipped from light red to light blue as more votes came in for Kamala Harris. Evan McMorris Santoro, when Greta was talking about Pennsylvania, what were you hearing about the voting patterns? And I also wanted to ask about all the early votes, the mail-in votes that have already come in. Do you know, have we counted those? There's 80 million people across the nation that voted early in this election.
That's right. In some cases, yes. In some cases, we're going to be waiting, right? That's the answer to all of this, right? You look at these numbers. We are looking at even these races, these House races, where we're seeing 55%. We're seeing more results come in, but there's still more numbers to come in when these, these patterns are very, when these elections are very close. It's hard to say. So I get nervous about the Pennsylvania thing only because all the money in the world is spent there, all the effort has been spent there, and like everybody sort of needs to get a chance to show all that they can do, I think, before I can really say anything definitively. But there's something interesting that I picked up on that I think we've heard in the callers, and I think we're seeing in some of these results, which is that we have this fascinating thing going on with Trump this cycle, which that he is running as a non-consecutive incumbent, right? It hasn't happened since Grover Cleveland, right? Very rare in American history. And despite the fact that, this is an incumbent president with a record that was like not, the voters threw him out, right? They didn't like what he did when he was president. So, I mean, a majority of them, right? Obviously, many Americans really did. He's able to sort of, you're hearing from some of these callers, you're seeing some of these results, that he's been able to sort of run as a challenger because he's been out and coming back in. People talk about change agent, and they're voting for a guy that's already been president, and maybe some of them may voted against in 2020. It's a really fascinating dynamic. It'll be interesting to see how what we're hearing from callers and what we're seeing in some of these early results, how they play out across the entire spectrum here, because that is kind of exactly what Trump wanted it to be. He wanted to say, like, I am a change. I'm a different kind of person. I can get you something different than you're seeing now. And he wanted people who wanted change to go for him. Whereas Harris was talking a lot about, look at me, I'm a historic candidate. You've never seen a candidate like me before, this close to the presidency. I'm obviously different in a lot of ways. I'm the change agent. If Trump is sort of picking up that mantle, that's a very good sign for him.
Next call is Noah in Furlong, Pennsylvania, a Kamala Harris supporter. Noah, why did you call in? Tell us what you want to talk about.
Hi, my name is Noah. I just wanted to talk about why I voted for Kamala. I am fiscally Republican, and morally, I'm more on the Democratic side. I'm looking to buy an apartment at some point soon, so, fiscally that would make sense for me. But I think this time the morals outweighed that with Kamala, regarding abortion. I find it interesting that a regular citizen with one felony cannot vote, but one who is convicted of multiple is able to run for president. And so that's kind of just what I'm running off of.
Noah, where is Furlong, Pennsylvania?
Furlong, Pennsylvania is in Bucks County, Pennsylvania.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
That's an important county, Bucks County. That's an important voter you just heard from there. That's the kind of voter that Harris wants to hear from. Bucks County is one of those ones where it's like, Bucks County, tell me everything. And that is so that's very important to get that information. That's very interesting to hear him say that.
Greta Bronner, what do you have for us?
Another look at the battleground states. We'll begin with Michigan. Want to check in on this and see where the race is at. 29% of the vote in, 49.3% for the former president, while the vice president trails him ever so slightly at 48.9% of the vote. Moving on to Wisconsin in the Badger State. And you can see here in Wisconsin that 54% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump is also ahead there slightly in Wisconsin. In Pennsylvania, as we said, this is the most crucial of all the battleground states. 58% of the vote in, and the former president is leading there as well. We will see as the bigger counties start to report around Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania if he can hold on to that lead. Let's go to the Tar Heel state of North Carolina and check in on that. 84% of the vote in so far, and the former president is leading there too. He won North Carolina in previous election cycles. Let's go to Georgia, the Peach State. 16 electoral votes here. And right now, 51.2% for Donald Trump, 48.1% for Kamala Harris. 88% of the vote is in. Here is Greg Bluestein, who reports for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, reporting Fulton County started to be tabulated around 8 o'clock. Georgia's most populous county. And Biden won 73% of Fulton's vote in 2020. Harris, he said then, is on a similar track with half the county's precincts reporting. That was earlier tonight from Greg Bluestein. Back to the battleground states, and let's go to Arizona. The polls closing there recently, 50% of the vote in, and look at that. It's a dead heat in Arizona. Peter?
Evan McMorris Santoro is with Notice. He's a reporter with News of the United States, Notice. Greta was talking about Michigan. So I went to cspan.org/results, pulled up the map, clicked on Michigan, and went county by county. And you look at this, and you can see that Oakland County, which is a big county, 63% of the votes are in, 53-44 Kamala Harris. But 1% from Wayne County has been counted. And that's Detroit.
That's the vote basket. That's where they get them
and
from.
that will go to Kamala Harris.
Also, people in the state told me, I spent a lot of time in the state this year, and people at Grand Rapids is what that Kent County is what they're really interested in out there.
Kent is currently 31%. Kamala Harris, 64%. Donald Trump, 33%.
Interesting. I mean,
and that's Gerald Ford's old stomping.
That's right. It's where the Gerald Ford Museum is. Actually, I've stopped by there several times, and I suggest everybody who goes to Grand Rapids do it. Very interesting museum. The interesting thing about Grand Rapids is it's a traditional place that Trump ends his campaigns. He had his last rally there last night. He had his last rally there in 2020, and I was there when he had his last rally in 2016. And this was a night when people thought that it was, the conventional wisdom, the smart money was that this was a really silly idea that this guy is going to Grand Rapids, Michigan, on his last, campaign stop of the night. And of course, he came out and he won Michigan. So I mean, this is like a very important. That state's so important. Again, we're waiting for so many numbers to come in. You mentioned Wayne County not being in yet. That could change a lot of dynamics. But just looking at Michigan, we're looking at Michigan. We're looking at Michigan. I got a little deja vu there thinking about that.
Next call is Roy in Pineland, Texas. Roy, what's on your mind this evening?
How's it going? I'm a lifelong Democrat. My dad was retired right before 9/11 and called back into active duty service when 9/11 happened. We moved to Fort Sill, Oklahoma, and he was the type that flew an upside-down flag on his bumper when I was, during the Iraq War invasion and stuff. Very unpopular. Walked a cat on a leash. Anyways, so lifelong Democrat. So my most recent votes have been Obama 2012, Bernie in the Democratic primary, and then
Joe Biden?
No. What's her name? Sorry, Hillary Clinton, then Trump, and then Trump again. So 2024, I voted for Trump, and I never thought I would be a Trump-trained person until we got here. I really think that Kamala Harris just is a pawn of the war machine, just kind of a mindless person that's willing to toe the line for the military-industrial complex. I really fear for the future of our country if she continues on and gets this election. I really worry significantly. I saw many veterans just kind of grapple with what it was like to watch a global war on terror play out and then watch the botched withdrawal from Afghanistan and see how I hate to say it, but the current commander-in-chief with dementia, obviously, we can all see it. This guy is currently the president of the United States. He has Alzheimer's, anyone.
All right. Hey, Roy, I wanted to ask you, how did you vote in the Senate race in Texas? Ted Cruz or Colin Allred?
For Ted Cruz, for sure, because Colin Allred is just, he's another grifter. He's another one of these people that's just, he's trying to pull the strings of the women in the state on abortion. I think it was very rightly decided to leave it up to the states, let everybody vote in their respective states on that issue. It'll land how it lands. And ultimately, there's nothing in the Constitution that speaks to the right to murder your baby. So we need a constitutional amendment if the country wants to address that.
That's Roy in Pineland, Texas. Greta Brawner, what do you got?
We'll give Roy an update on that Texas Senate race in a minute, but let's begin with the Iowa presidential contest. We talked about Ann Seltzer's poll that found that this could be competitive, with the vice president leading in her poll by 3 points. Now, that was within the margin of error, but look, the Associated Press says that the former president wins this state. 56% of the vote in, so those margins are going to change as more of the votes go in, but the Associated Press putting the check next to the former president's name in Iowa. So those 6 electoral votes go to the former president. Moving on to Kansas, the Associated Press has also called a winner here. 71% of the vote is in. And look at the former president's lead over the vice president in Kansas. Let's go on to a governor's race. There were 11 governor's races this cycle. In the state of New Hampshire, the former Senator Kelly Ayotte running for the governor's seat, and she gets it tonight. She's the winner from the Associated Press, 52 to 45% over the Democratic opponent there. Last, let's talk about that Senate Texas race and look at where it stands right now. 72% of the vote in, and look at Senator Ted Cruz's lead over the Congressman Colin Allred. From the Texas Tribune, they reported, based on early voting returns, Tarrant County, Texas's biggest purple county, seems to be returning to the Republican red column. If you want to look at Tarrant County or any other county in Texas, go to our website, cspan.org/results, and you can dig into those Texas results in that Senate race. Peter?
Greta, thank you. Evan McMorris-Santoro of Notice is here on the set with us for a little while longer, I hope. Yeah. Mr. McMorris-Santoro, what did you hear from Greta?
Evan, please. Look, polls are wrong. This is the reason why, you wait to see the results. That Ann Seltzer poll, I think, she is a very highly regarded pollster. And it also, it's important to remember that it fit into an existing narrative of the campaign that made a lot of sense to a lot of people. But nobody thought that Iowa, if it hadn't been for this Ann Seltzer poll, which is, just a single poll, right? This would not be a result that anybody would even be thinking about, because this is like Iowa, no one thought was on the map at all, and then it was, and now it's not. So that, it's not a huge change in terms of what the presidential map is or the math. Again, Wisconsin is really important for that. But it is a thing where it's it's just so helpful to remember that as we all watch these elections, and we all watch all the chatter around the elections, and we all watch all the things that everybody looks at to predict the elections, that they are wrong. Sometimes those things are wrong. And that is why you need to wait till the votes are counted before you make broad pronouncements about what they mean.
And as you recall, Donald Trump last week stopped in Albuquerque on his way to Nevada and Arizona and did a big rally. Currently in New Mexico, 65% of the vote counted. Kamala Harris, 53%. Donald Trump, 45%.
So it's sort of the opposite Iowa, right? It's not happening down there either.
Exactly.
Right.
Well, we are rejoined by Kirk Beto, who is editor-in-chief of The Hotline. He was doing some of his own work for the past hour or so. Mr. Beto, what? First of all, give us an overall sense of what you're seeing tonight.
Well, what I've been doing the last hour is just the day job. This is the real deal here with you guys right now. What we're seeing right now is Harris's path looking increasingly narrow right now in terms of the path to the White House and maybe even the popular vote as well. And that's important because a lot of those races for the House are going to run through blue states like California and New York. And if Trump's running up the numbers in those states, then the path back to the House majority for Democrats also gets increasingly narrow. But we haven't had a whole lot of competitive race calls yet in the House. It's still way too early. So we're waiting for more results here right now. But it's looking not as encouraging for House Democrats as it was at the start of the night or even the last week here, where it did seem like the race for the House was shifting towards Democrats. But this underperformance by Harris does not portend well for House Democrats.
Well, in about 10 minutes, the polls close in Washington, Oregon, and California. Kirk Beto, I want to talk about some of the California races specifically that are competitive. Let's begin with California 13.
Well, California 13, John Duarte, he was our most vulnerable member of the California delegation in our last rankings of the 20 races most likely to flip. This is a blue seat that Biden carried at a pretty healthy margin here. Adam Gray, the 2023 nominee, the Democrat, is back again. When we did these rankings about 2 weeks ago, we considered him still the favorite. Now, we're going to have to wait a very long time, maybe a week or so, for California to count all their ballots. But if Democrats want a path back to the House majority, they really have to knock off freshman John Duarte right now.
And California 22 incumbent David Valadao.
Now, 22 is a really interesting situation here. It's David Valadao. He's also facing another retread candidate, and Rudy Salas. Valadao is a tough out for Democrats. He is one of the 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach former President Trump, and he's he's battle tested. He's survived Republican challengers, he survived Democratic challengers, and a really tough re-election, and frankly a top 2 primary last cycle. He actually fell off our list of 20 races most likely to flip last time, and of all those kind of California competitive seats right now, that one and maybe California 41, where Ken Calvert are maybe just outside the reach for House Democrats right now, especially if these national trends we're seeing right now of Harris underperforming in some of these areas hold in California as well.
Yeah, Mike Garcia is in California 27. Do you know offhand what area of the state that's in?
Yeah, I believe that's Los Angeles County where Mike Garcia is, and that's a very expensive media market. Mike Garcia has faced the same Democratic opponent for 3 elections in a row, from the special election to replace former Rep. Katie Hill that he won all the way back in 2020. Through the regular 2020 election and in 2022. He's got a real opponent right now, one that national Democrats got behind early in George Whitesides. He's very well funded. He's been able to get on the expensive media market in the Los Angeles area there. And he's probably the second most vulnerable member of the California Republican delegation behind John Duarte. Again, if Democrats want a feasible path back to the majority, they have to beat Duarte and they have to beat Garcia, who for a lot of this cycle, it looked like he was on borrowed time because he had a more legitimate, more well-funded opponent this time who wasn't prone to the same gaffes that Christy Smith, the Democratic nominee for the past 3 elections, was. But again, with the way the national trends are shifting right now away from Harris, it's going to be tough to predict what's going on in these races right now.
Kirk Beto, 2 Southern California races, Michelle Steele in Orange County, and Ken Calvert, who is in Riverside, San Bernardino, right?
Right, and the Steele race is really interesting. It's a race that got online pretty late in the game here. She's facing Derek Tran in a seat that has a huge Asian American population, and race and identity has become a real dividing line in that race. Derek Tran, who's from Vietnamese descent, has been not on air, but doing targeted mailers and outreach to all the different minority communities in that area, from the sizable Korean population, the sizable Vietnamese population. And it's been really effective, so much so that Michelle Steele, in a local news interview, went on to defend that she's actually, who's immigrated from Korea, is actually more representative of the Vietnamese people living in the district than Derek Tran. So it's one that a lot of multiculturalism is really playing into this this contest here. And in fact, it actually appeared on our 20 races of House races most likely to flip for the first time because House Republicans are getting increasingly worried about her ability to hold on to that seat.
Kirk Beto, we appreciate, as always, your time and your analysis. Evan McMorris Santoro, what do you want to add to what Kirk had to say?
Amazing. I love everything Kirk says. He's great. No, but he's talking about this idea that we're seeing these national numbers, which we were talking about before, about the underperformance of Harris in places that they needed it, overperformance of Trump in places that some folks were not expecting, but that the Republicans needed it. These numbers seem to be sort of circling that direction, right? We're still waiting for all these results to come in, but it is not, the trends are not suggesting that the Democrats pulled off what was really, if you think about it, one of the more wild presidential attempts that have been made, right? You had an incumbent president who was very unpopular, who had that, very rough debate in June, which we've never had before, then replaced very rapidly by a vice president who came in and had a very short campaign season. She sort of had to both sell herself, she had to introduce herself and sell herself, right? The night's not over yet. We don't know how that's going to end up. But the fact that that may not have been as successful as people in the Democratic Party were hoping, when you kind of unpack it and think about just what a wild ride it has been to get to this point, it's not that surprising that it has been pretty bumpy as well for the Democrats. I mean, this is people who had to sort of, they turned on their own president. They had to bring somebody else in. And right now, we're still seeing what the hell is going to play out. But as Kirk is talking about, there may be down ballot effects from the fact that this may have been a Hail Mary pass that just did not connect.
Greta Bronner, what do you have for us?
Let's go to the map at cspan.org/results and look at the so-called blue wall. That's Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. It's all faint red at this moment. So let's check in with on the latest results in those states, beginning with Wisconsin. The state of Wisconsin, 57% of the vote in, 10 electoral votes at stake, and this is where the race stands at this point. The former president in the lead over the vice president. Moving on to Michigan. And again, here, Donald Trump is leading Kamala Harris in this contest in Michigan, 15 electoral votes. Pennsylvania, the third brick in Democrats' blue wall, 19 electoral college votes, 67% of the vote in, and the former president is leading.
Next call is Chris in New York City. Chris, go ahead, please.
Hey, good evening. Thanks to everyone both on the camera and behind the camera. It takes a lot to put this kind of program together tonight.
Chris, what's on your mind? What did you want to talk about?
Yeah, so I voted for Vice President Kamala Harris in this election, and I think in many cases this wouldn't have been a difficult decision at all. I find myself considerably to the left of Vice President Harris on several issues, but as an American who has spent his whole life kind of waiting for the privilege to vote, the elections I've been exposed to have really kind of underscored just what a critical threat to everything America represents that Donald Trump has both promised to be, in some cases has attempted to be, and in other cases has followed through on those promises. I personally think that he kind of represents the sort of duplicitous, self-interested, wealthy individuals that most people hold a disdain for New Yorkers. So to see him kind of taking a lead, at least in some of these early battleground states tonight, it's a difficult situation to see kind of unfold again. I think,
Chris, what are the issues, if you say you're to the left of Kamala Harris, what are the issues of concern to you?
Yeah, I think personally, as we look at the recovery in our economy over the last few years, the Democrats didn't necessarily do a great job of owning this recovery, because I think in many instances there's been underlying shifts to the left, and they don't want to necessarily alienate too many of their own voters. But at the same time, the recovery in this economy is one that's mostly for those who already had money before the downturn. You know, you've heard several voters call in tonight talking about the effects of inflation, and that's a very real issue for many people. In New York, where I live, rent, as in many places, has gone up, and the prospect of homeownership has faded for so many more Americans coming into adulthood. On the matter of Israel, I think it's a question of to what extent should Americans be involved, and you know, more people would prefer a greater level of involvement in some aspects, but I'm not really sure that the current administration has really made it clear just how involved America is in the Middle East today.
Chris, we appreciate your time. It is just after 11 o'clock here on the East Coast, and the West Coast polls have closed. Washington, Oregon, and California are just closing, and we have an update from Greta Brawner.
Yeah, races have been called in California. Let's begin there. The Associated Press, even polls just closing there, and Vice President Kamala Harris will pick up those 54 electoral votes. Moving on to the state of Idaho. This has also been called this evening for President Donald Trump, the former president there. Will win the state of Idaho. And then finally, Washington State, the Associated Press is declaring a winner there. 12 electoral votes. Vice President Kamala Harris will pick them up. We also want to give you an update from Patricia Murphy, who reports for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. This is around 10:52 tonight. Breaking, she says, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger predicts that Georgia will go for Donald Trump. Quote, if you look at who's leading the race right now, Donald J. Trump has an insurmountable lead with a number of votes outstanding. It looks like this is done, said the Secretary of State. Peter?
Dan is calling in from Bel Air, Maryland. He is a Trump supporter. Dan, please go ahead and tell us why you called in.
Can you hear me?
We're listening. Please go ahead.
I voted for Trump because of Biden's policies, and I thought that inflation was bad under Biden, and I didn't get any financial aid for college under his college aid plan. And I could have used the extra cash from that to buy a new car, like a Hellcat or something, because I don't like my car currently.
We'll leave it there, Dan, and go on to Steve in Anaheim, California. Steve, what made you call in tonight, and what's this election season been like for you?
It's been a real headache, Peter. I'm just glad it's over. I thought I'd just call in and say hello to you and Greta. I got a question for your guest, by the way. Evan, or Kevin, I believe your name is.
Evan.
Evan, that's right, Evan. Evan mixed something. I can't pick a name, guy.
The K is silent. We're good.
Yeah, I know. I just been a long day. Anyway, you've got 21 people that are the major donors to all these campaigns. So is anybody investigating how these people are getting their money or where they're giving their money to? And are these the new oligarchs that we have to worry about in the future?
We'll get an answer in just a minute, Steve. Steve, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear. My connection here is spotty as well.
Okay. What do you do in Anaheim, and why has it been a long campaign season for you?
I'm actually retired, Peter. I've been retired for a while. I'm just living off of my investments. Everybody keeps saying that the rich don't pay their fair share, but I'm paying 33%, taxes. So, I don't know where they get off saying that we're not paying our fair share. you've got to make at least $500,000 in this country to live. You know, half of it goes to taxes and half of it can go to investments. I really feel sorry for the younger generation because these two parties have really made a mess of the country. As far as who I voted for Bernie Sanders, so I can have a clear conscience for the next 4 years. I mean, January is when they're going to have to deal with the budget, and I mean, oh my God, that's going to be a mess because the Democrats have increased the amount of spending, which has brought more debt to it. Then we got the wars over in the Middle East, where they can give Israel almost $3 trillion, but they can't give black people reparations. So, yeah, I don't know. I've just been tired of listening to the ads, the attack ads, people running on, campaign promises, no solutions, and no clear vision. Sorry about that. Okay, bye.
No, thanks for calling in. It's good to hear from you. Thank you for calling in. Evan, we will come back to you for an answer from Steve after we talk to Greta.
Let's check in on the battleground states, beginning with Wisconsin. Want to show you and Evan and our viewers where we're at right now. 61% of the vote in, 10 electoral votes. And again, as we've been noting here, the former president in the lead in Wisconsin, as well as the other so-called blue wall states. Moving on to Michigan, it's the same thing there. As we noted, 28% of the vote in. Still a long way to go. As you and Evan have been talking about, more of the vote has to come in, but you can see where the state of the race is right now. Let's go to Pennsylvania and give you an update there. 19 electoral votes, 72% of the vote in, and the former president is in the lead. In North Carolina, in the Tar Heel states, 16 electoral votes at stake, 87% of the vote in, and Donald Trump also in the lead by a little bit less than 2 percentage points. And in Georgia, as we said, the Secretary of State told reporters that he believes that the former president will win the state of Georgia. 90% of the votes are in. We're almost there, just missing that 10%. And he is in the lead there by nearly 2 percentage points. Let's go to Arizona. And this is part of the Sun Belt swing states, Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, and Georgia. They were the Sun Belt swing states. 50% of the vote in, 11 electoral votes, and you can see 0.2 percentage points separates these two candidates. Peter, let's go to Bernie Moreno. He's coming out in Ohio, talking to supporters there. This is that Ohio Senate race, challenging Sherrod Brown. Let's listen in.
Today starts a new wave. You know, we talked about wanting a red wave. I think what we have tonight is a red, white, and blue wave in this country. Because what we need in the United States of America is leaders in Washington, D.C. that actually put the interests of American citizens above all else. We're tired of being treated like second-class citizens in our own country. We're tired of leaders that think we're garbage, and we're tired of being treated like garbage. You know, my opponent talked a lot about helping the working man. And I will agree with him on the need to help working Americans. But the difference is talk without action is nothing. So what we're going to do, thanks to now having a Republican majority, by the way, how about that, in the United States Senate? And Chuck Schumer, if you're watching, thanks for the help in the primary, but you're fired, buddy. This is a new dawn of Republican leadership. With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American agenda. An agenda that says we are pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. we're going to make certain that the people who come to this country are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy-dominant nation so that my kids do not grow up in a country where we ever rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again. And we have that energy right here in Ohio. That means coal, that means natural gas, it means oil, and it means nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be gone first thing in January. And we're going to make certain that we tell California, you don't get to dictate to the whole country what our emission standards are. We're going to dictate that at the federal level, and we're going to allow consumers to pick the kind of car they want. Look, the other piece that I want to talk about is what President Trump has brought to this country, which is peace and stability around the world. America will be a leader in the world, will always be a leader in the world. American leadership has made the planet safer, more prosperous, and more secure than at any point in human history. But it means that we ensure peace through strength. The weakness of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is rejected, and I know that from whether it's in Jerusalem or Kiev or anywhere else on earth or Taiwan, they're cheering this election because they know American strength will ensure peace around the world. And if you're a police officer in this country, just know you have a senator in me and a Republican Party that will always have your back. And we got rid of Chuck Schumer tonight, but pretty soon we're going to get rid of another couple people that need to be gone. First among them, Randy Weingarten should start packing her bags. Because what we need in this country is school choice for all Americans. And then as I look at my children, I've blessed with 4 kids. And by the way, can we give my wife an amazing round of applause, please? Thank you, Bridget. Bridget. Look, we need to make certain that we honor teachers, They're doing great work in every corner of the country. Teachers are our front line. Unfortunately, they have a teachers union that doesn't care about them. We're going to make certain we empower teachers to teach our kids what they need to do. And that means getting the federal government out of the way and allowing states to take on responsibility. And finally, I'm going to say this. We're $36 trillion in debt. This is not sustainable. We cannot continue on this fiscal path. What we're going to do is massively reduce the size and scale of the federal government, and we're going to do it from Congress, because it's Congress that has the power of the purse. Now, that starts by getting rid of agencies that we don't need, relocating them out of Washington, D.C. We're going to have a bold and ambitious agenda for the Republican Party. And I know that President Trump is going to bring greatness back to this country unlike anything we've ever seen. So, President Trump, if you're watching, thank you. Thank you for being decisive in my primary. Thank you for being the greatest president of my generation. And thank you for the sacrifices that you've made for this country. This country owes Donald J. Trump a debt of gratitude. And to Senator J.D. Vance, Ohio loves you, man. Ohio loves you. I love you. Look, I cannot think of a more brilliant pick than when President Trump selected J.D. Vance. I know J.D., and let me just tell you, he's a great man. He is going to be an incredible vice president. I can't wait to have him leave his office so I can be the senior senator from Ohio. I also just got off the phone with my friend Jim Jordan. Jim, is a great human being, a great power here in Ohio. Jim Jordan, thank you so much for what you've done. I'd also like to thank my campaign team. We built the greatest campaign team out there. And if you're watching this and you want to go to Washington, D.C., and you're from Ohio, and you want to go down there to make a difference, let's talk tomorrow. Let's talk tomorrow. Because we're going to build an incredible campaign incredible Senate operation, an incredible constituent services operation, because I believe that people who pay taxes deserve a government that works for them. And then finally, let me just say to my kids, thank you so much for being on this journey with us. You know, I have absolutely been blessed by God Almighty with an amazing wife, amazing kids, 3 amazing grandkids. But I want to introduce you to my extended family, because as I like to say, we're overperforming Catholics. So I'm going to bring my siblings. If I can bring my siblings up on stage. Where are they? They're all over here. Let's give them a round of applause. I'm going to say one last thing. You know,
and we are live on election night at C-SPAN in Washington, D.C. That was Bernie Moreno. That race has not been declared yet. He is running against Sherrod Brown, but he seems to think that he has a path to victory. So that was his talk to his supporters. It is 11:15 here on the East Coast, and we will be with you for the next 12 hours or so live, getting election results. Joining us here on our set is Evan McMorris Santoro. He is with Notice. That is News of the United States. He is a reporter with them, and we appreciate him being here. We've been joined throughout the evening by Kirk Beto. He is editor-in-chief of Hotline, and he may have a chance to come back and join us as well. And, of course, Greta Brawner of C-SPAN is with us, and Greta has an update for us.
Let's start with that Ohio Senate race. We just heard Bernie Moreno speaking, and as you said, he thinks he has a path to victory. The Associated Press has not called this race yet. 89% of the vote in. You can see he has a 5-point lead over Democratic incumbent Sherrod Brown. Moving on to the state of Pennsylvania and the Senate race there. Want to give you an update here. 75% of the vote in. And Dave McCormick is leading incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey, a slight lead over the incumbent. And then in the state of Michigan, this is an open seat. Debbie Stabenow left this, 31% of the vote in. Mike Rogers is now in the lead over Alyssa Slotkin there by nearly four percentage points. Let's check in on Texas here. This has not been called by the Associated Press. 74% of the vote in, and you can see Senator Ted Cruz has a good margin right now with 74% of the vote in. But Associated Press has not called this in the red column yet. And then let's go to Wisconsin. This one, a very tight race tonight. Tammy Baldwin seeking a third term. She's trying to keep the seat in the Democratic column so that Democrats retain the majority in the Senate. 65% of the vote in, and this is neck and neck still. And we'll go to Arizona as well. Check in on this Senate race. This is an open seat, independent. Kyrsten Sinema decided not to run. We talked about how expensive this race was, hundreds of millions of dollars. You can see here Ruben Gallego with a good lead right now over Kari Lake with 50% of the vote in. The other crucial contest in the Senate is that Montana Senate race. We want to check in on that one tonight. Jon Tester running for a fourth term. Used to close elections here. Look at it right now, though. Tim Sheehy, the Republican, with a sizable lead, 6% of the vote in, though. So we'll see those numbers change because only 6% of the vote in. As we said, Jon Tester used to close races. In 2006, he won by 0.9%. In 2012, 3.7%. 2018, his last contest, he won by 3.5%. And then in the state of Nebraska, this is a race that people were not expecting to be competitive. Dan Osborne, an independent, a union worker who says he will not caucus with either party, is in a dead heat right now with incumbent Senator Deb Fischer, the Republican. She has won by double digits in previous cycles. And look how tight this is with nearly 60% of the vote in. Peter?
Greta Bronner, thank you. Both of our mouths kind of dropped when we saw the Deb Fischer Nebraska race.
This is
59% of the vote was in there.
This, again, nothing, it hasn't been called, it's not in yet, but this is one of those sleeper races where it has been a very fascinating race out there. This Osborne, a union leader who ran as this independent, who spoke about he's going to, he's not going to caucus with anybody, be some kind of true independent. He did get support from Democrats. Democrats did sort of help him. They want, not officially, but you could see that Democrats were hoping that he would win, right? They like this idea. But he really has eschewed a lot of that and gone his own way, and he's really plugged in with this new labor movement led by guys like Sean Fain at the UAW. It's a long way to go, but this is a really surprising
result. And we will keep an eye on that, but Greta Bronner has results.
Yeah, we have a call in the battleground state of North Carolina. The Associated Press puts this in the Republican column. The former president winning North Carolina again, 16 electoral votes for him tonight. Peter?
Let's go to Ryan. Ryan is in Laramie, Wyoming. And Ryan, what made you call in to C-SPAN tonight? What did you want to tell us?
Well, I called in today because, I really appreciate you guys keeping a neutral opinion on the coverage of this election. I know there's certain media sources that like to lean right and lean left. So right off the top, I just want to thank you guys for that. But going forward, I abstained this year in the election. My 2 points were the economy and healthcare. I think fiscally we'll be better off with Trump in office for the economy, but his stance on healthcare I don't really align with. And then, with Kamala Harris, I know she wants to expand the ACA and expand certain benefits within Medicare, but I don't think that's quite enough. I'm more of a supporter for a national healthcare where the federal government can dictate prices for all the diagnosis codes that are submitted by the physicians. And that's my 2 cents. And I couldn't really decide between the two and didn't really want to pick, one of the 2 poisons.
Ryan, what do you do in Laramie?
I work in tech, work for a EHR company, electronic health record company out here. So I'm in the industry of healthcare.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your calling in. Evan McMorris Santoro, when Greta was going through the results a little bit earlier, the Senate results, they kind of mirrored what we're seeing in the presidential level. Dave McCormick ahead, in Pennsylvania, same with Mike Rogers in Michigan and Eric Hovde in Wisconsin. And where is the path to victory when we look at the individual counties? What's the path to victory for both the Democratic Senate candidates and Kamala Harris?
Well, as we mentioned, the AP has not called Georgia, as far as I know, but Brad Raffensperger came out and said he's going to call Georgia, right? So we don't know what the answer is there. If the Georgia is true and it's a Trump state, and North Carolina is a Trump state, as it's been called now, then Harris has really got to run that blue wall out. That's what she has to. It's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. She's got to get those 3. And actually, as we've been talking throughout the night, and things have sort of become, I mentioned that narrowing path. I actually obtained an email just recently from O'Malley Dillon, the vice president's campaign manager.
Jen O'Malley Dillon.
Yeah, sent out to campaign team, the aides, throughout the campaign. And they're saying the same thing. They're saying that, we've known all along the Sun Belt was going to be tough. Then, after from Sunbelt State, we know all along that our clearest path to 270 lies through the blue wall states. They say they feel good about what they're seeing. They talk about
in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
That's correct. They say that in Pennsylvania, they don't have Election Day results from Philadelphia yet, but they feel like they did well in their turnout operation. Outside of Philadelphia, they have limited data, but they do believe that what they do have is tracking expectations. They're awaiting results and hoping for more time and waiting for things to come in. In Michigan, we both have talked about this. Wayne County, we're waiting for a big vote to come in. Hasn't come in yet. They're like, chill out. We're waiting to see what happens with that. Wisconsin, which is to me tonight as we're watching, the one I've been most intrigued by. They say there's a significant vote remaining in Dane and Milwaukee. And we're seeing signs of strong performance in those WOW counties that are those suburban counties. And we don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow between 3 and 5 a.m. So, if Pennsylvania is gone by then, it doesn't really matter what Wisconsin is. If we're waiting, if she gets Pennsylvania, if Harris somehow, if Harris wins Pennsylvania, then we may wait for that 3 to 5 days to see what happens in Wisconsin. But that is what the Harris campaign is currently saying internally and releasing to, reporters and talking about what they're doing.
Evan, is this presuming that Trump picks up Arizona and Nevada? Because, again, if Pennsylvania doesn't go to Trump, then Arizona and Nevada are must-haves, correct?
That's right. They have other options, but like I said, this email from Jen O'Malley, Dylan, says we continue to see data trickle in from the Sun Belt states, but we have known all along our clearest path is through the blue wall. So this is clearly a message to those of us who are watching these blue wall results come in to say, hey, chill out for a second. There's a lot to go on in Wisconsin still. We have, we feel good about what we did GOTV wise, get out the vote wise during the day today in Pennsylvania. We're waiting to see how those results come in. That's what they're saying right now with those states. But of course, we're waiting, for Nevada and other states to come in. But that's the state of things as of like 13 minutes ago from the Harris campaign. That's what it is.
Well, you mentioned Dane County. That's Madison, the home of the University of Wisconsin. 85% of the vote is in. 74% went to Kamala Harris at this point, but 85% of the vote is in. Pardon me, Milwaukee County. 54% of the vote is in, 67% to Kamala Harris. So there's maybe a bigger load of votes in Milwaukee County than there is in Dane County.
Sure. I don't know if this is right. I'm telling you what the campaign is. I think it's unclear what, we don't really know. Obviously, we're waiting for votes to come in. This is that thing where this is what the campaign is saying to itself and speaking about to itself. But I think it speaks to that conversation we had earlier about this narrowing path.
Let's check in with Greta Brawner again.
Let's start with that Wisconsin Senate race that you guys were just talking about and see where it's at right now. Let's look at the percentage of the vote in first. 66% of the vote in, and the former president is leading. As you were talking about, Peter, if you go to the map of Wisconsin, there's a large percentage of the vote that still has to come in from Milwaukee and Madison. The email that Evan was just referring to. Peter, back to you.
I'm going to cut you off there because Sherrod Brown, Senator from Ohio, just stepped to the podium.
Tonight I'm sad, but I'm never giving up, and neither is Connie.
No way.
In the light of day, I know most of you are never giving up either. I'll close the same way I've closed pretty much every speech in my career fighting for Ohio, because the values I fight for have not changed. They will never change. On my lapel, I wear this pin, depicting a canary in her birdcage. You might have heard this before. It was given to me decades ago by a steel worker at a Workers' Memorial Day rally in Lorain. You know the story. At the turn of the century, coal miners took the canary down in the mines with them to warn them of poisonous gas. The mine worker in those days knew he didn't have a union strong enough or a government that cared enough to look out for him. He was on his own. Over the last century and a half, we have done so much to change that. All of those fights required going up against powerful special interests. I think about the lesson that any union organizer knows. They don't just give you fair wages, safe workplaces, good benefits. They don't just give it to you. You go out and take it. That's how progress is always worked in this country. Wall Street and corporations just didn't say one day, people work so hard out there, we ought to have Social Security and we ought to have an 8-hour day and time and a half and a ban on child labor. No, we fought for it, we demanded it, and we got it. And the big insurance company